Keep on moving on. Keep on moving on.
and producer, Babyface.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber ways of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plains. America, America, God shed His grace on thee and crown thy good with brother from sea to shining sea. Oh, America, America, God shed His grace, God shed His grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea, shining sea. America, ooh, see.
All right, there you go. That was American the Beautiful by Babyface. And now it's time for the American National Anthem.
Today's colors will be presented by the Armed Forces Color Guard and Drummers. On behalf of the NAD, ASL performer and Academy Award winner, Troy Kotzer. To honor America with the performance of the national anthem, 8-time Grammy Award winner, Chris Stapleton.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light, oh, so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular bombs burn, singing a gay proof through the night that our flag
Please join us in recognizing your military who made tonight's flyover possible, including the group of all-female pilots in honor of the 50th anniversary of female pilots in the Navy, as well as the air crew and maintainers from the United States Navy
Absolutely
Strike Quarters,
iconic,
squadrons.
Greg. All pro players on the team, and both have exactly the same record throughout the season: 14 wins and 3 losses. Greg, let's talk about the Philadelphia Eagles on offense first. What are you expecting to see from those guys that can defeat the Chiefs defense?
Well, just that they vary it up so much. There's not just one weapon. Of course, you know, Travis Kelce's a phenomenal tight end for the Chiefs, but kind of as he goes, the Chiefs offense is going to go. That's pretty established. But Philadelphia may have the best 1-2 punch in terms of receivers, with A.J. Brown, the former Tennessee Titan, Devontae Smith as well. Decent tight end in Dallas Goedert, and Miles Sanders. Only 4 running backs, Christian, ran for more yards this season than Miles Sanders. So, look, Jalen Hurts has had a great year, but he really is well protected by an offensive line, and he's got a plethora of weapons.
And lots of time to throw the ball, which is ultimately what the difference will be in this game. How can the Chiefs move Jalen Hurts off of his spot?
All right, let's go live to the coin toss.
Who brought them together?
As athletes, we play a football game, which, you know, times like this, you stop and think about just how, not only how good we have it, but what freedoms were allowed.
A day after 9/11, Pat Tillman knew he could do more. He gave up his NFL career to join the U.S. Army Rangers and ultimately lost his life in the line of duty. Today, Pat's principles live on in an organization that bears his name and its scholarship recipients who embody his spirit. Like Tillman, Dave Prakash felt compelled to serve after 9/11.
When I was 29, I was a doctor, but I felt I needed to do more. So I put my medical career aside and joined the Air Force.
After his career as an operational test pilot, Dave now develops artificial intelligence-based technologies to serve patients. Professional care helped Fabergé Flint overcome the trauma of losing her husband in combat.
I started the Staff Sergeant Brian A. Lewis Award. It provides financial support to students in pursuit of higher education.
At Athens Technical College, Fabergé guides the educational pursuits of the underrepresented, a passion she shares with reservist Haejung Park.
I earned my citizenship through the Army, and now I study economic and environmental impacts on health and well-being.
A recent doctoral graduate, Haejung hopes to improve communities by connecting developmental science to policymaking, while Robert Ham's focus is behind the lens.
As a combat cameraman, I wanted to share authentic stories of service and honor those who fight for our nation.
This award-winning filmmaker covers military and humanity, as seen in Robert's tribute.
So as we pay
to
our
his late
respects
wife,
to people who served in the armed forces for the United States of America before the coin toss, let's quickly talk about the Kansas City Chiefs offense, Christian. We've had Greg talk about the Eagles. You give us what we can expect from the Chiefs.
It comes down to 15. People hype him up as if he's going to have a Hall of Fame career, but ultimately that'll be measured in Super Bowls. So he has to win today to get that run up and on its way, because he's 1 from 1. If he loses this, then he's in the same league as Aaron Rodgers, where it might be a one and done. People start questioning, is this truly a dynasty just because he's been to 5 AFC Championships in a row? Then it's Travis Kelce. What can he do? What magic can Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce come up with to ultimately be the reason why the Chiefs win?
But Greg, we've mentioned it before, every conversation about the Kansas City Chiefs has one man in it, Patrick Mahomes. One man cannot beat the 11 men on the Eagles defense.
Yeah, so they're going to have some step-up performances. They're going to have some step-up performances from their receivers. They're going to have to make Patrick Mahomes look real good, and they're going to have to get the pass rush from Chris Jones as well.
Yeah, the coin toss is about to take place. The referees, the captains for the Chiefs, the captains for the Philadelphia Eagles stood on the iconic NFL shield. Let's hand it over to the center of the field.
Super Bowl 57. Your achievements are memorialized on the tail side of the coin, with each representing your team logo. This will be tails. The head side of the coin is the Super Bowl 57 logo. Kansas City, you're the visiting team. What is your call?
Tails.
Kansas City has called tails. Fabergé, if you would please toss the coin. It is tails. Kansas City has won the toss. They will defer their choice for the second half. Philadelphia will get the ball first at this end of the field.
Kansas City has won the coin toss. Greg, we talked about what that means statistically and historically, and you said this is the Super Bowl. It doesn't mean a thing.
Yeah, we'll see with the Eagles with the football first and their quarterback Jalen Hurts on the field when Kansas City kicks off in just a couple minutes.
All right, now everyone who's anybody is in Phoenix this week, and earlier we caught up with the UK's best-loved NFL pundits, Jason Bell and Osi Umenyiora, and Britain's F.A. Obada of the Washington Commanders, but more importantly, my former teammate of the London Warriors. Our paths have somewhat diverged since then. Osi, who is a two-time Super Bowl winner, says this game is so much more than a quarterback battle.
When I look at this Philadelphia team, I can't remember seeing a team like this. You look at this team offensively, right? The strength of the team isn't the quarterback. The strength of the team is A, the system, and B, the offensive line, right? When you look at the way they run the football and the things that they do, right? First of all, the offensive line is so physical, and so big and strong, right?
Beat you up.
Annoyingly big and strong.
Right? And so they're coming off, right? And they're mashing you, right? If you hesitate for a split second, they're already up on you.
Yeah.
How do you contend with what they're doing offensively? Very difficult thing to do.
And that's why this game is so great. We get to see high-level execution, which got you there, versus on the other side, Mahomes, magic, creativity, extending plays, almost a level of street football, but very choreographed. Because even when he's making those movements, Travis Kelce, the baddest tight end in football right now, one of the baddest receivers in the game, it's like they see it the same way, and they make it look like art, man.
Who would you rather play against right now, Kansas City or Philadelphia?
I think the hardest opponent, the most competitive, I think, game would be against the Eagles.
We know it's probably going to be a tight game. There is a reason Patrick Mahomes is the highest paid player in football, because he makes everybody better.
Right.
If it's close and it's tight and it's playing like that, Patrick Mahomes with the ball in his hand, where is your faith?
I'll be surprised if Philly doesn't win by 2 touchdowns.
Jeez, bro, I'll drop this mic. Seriously, that's where you are.
I don't want that.
I'll be shocked.
I don't want
I
that.
didn't think that. Wow, I'm going with KC for sure then.
Yeah.
Just because I'm on the other side of this. And this is what I love about this game. When you have a quarterback and you pay him the entire chalupa, he got the whole taco. He's got to make those plays.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is Super Bowl 57. The Kansas City Chiefs, the AFC champions, taking on the Philadelphia Eagles of the NFC. Both with 14-3 records, both with an equal amount of points during the regular season, both with an equal number of all-pro players on the team. We're about to kick off, Greg. This is ridiculous. I don't think I've felt like this for a long time prior to the kickoff of a Super Bowl, because this is one where everyone, it seems, apart from Jason and also you we just spoke to, is sat on the fence with who's going to win.
And understandably so. The point spread under 2 points, and only 6 Super Bowls ever has that been the case for those who wager on the game. So as close to a coin flip game as we've seen in a long, long time at the Super Bowl.
All right, so the kicker for the Kansas City Chiefs, he's taking a long run up. Harrison Butker. He's looking down the field and he's going to kick the ball to the Philadelphia Eagles kick returner, the one and only Boston Scott. It'll probably go out the end of the end zone, but this is it. This is the start of Super Bowl 57. Your commentary team, Christian Scotland Williamson. But first, Greg Brady.
Vernon, fantastic and wonderful leading us all the way through the pregame to hear this seminal moment right prior to the kickoff of Super Bowl 57 from Glendale, Arizona, the 5th time the state of Arizona has hosted the Super Bowl, and the 3rd time in this brand new stadium as of 2006. So this is the 3rd game. New Orleans has hosted Super Bowl 11 times. Miami's hosted it 7. Arizona's moved into 3rd place. This is the 5th time we've seen, and we haven't seen a Super Bowl here since that legendary New England-Seattle contest, and prior to that New England won on the Malcolm Butler interception. 8 years prior, David Tyree made the helmet catch in this very stadium and got Eli Manning and the Giants a Super Bowl title as well. So we're ready to go. The Chiefs wearing white tops, red pants. The Eagles in dark green tops, white pants. Identical 14-3 regular season records. Identical 2-0 postseason records. Super Bowl 57 about to kick off. Christian, you got to be feeling it.
I am so excited for this, especially to have the Philadelphia Eagles opening up where they've scored in 11 games on their opening drive. Let's see if they can do it today.
So many weapons. Jalen Hurts will, of course, get to start with. His participation in the postseason, let alone Super Bowl 57, not at all guaranteed when he suffered a shoulder injury late in the year. Gardner Minshew, their backup, the former Jacksonville Jaguar, who'd started a game at Wembley Stadium, no less, a few seasons ago with Jacksonville, had to step in and make 3 starts. He won 1 and lost 2 of those 3 starts, but they got Jalen Hurts back for the last regular season game and their 2 playoff victories. An easy win against the New York Giants, and maybe an even easier one against the San Francisco 49ers in the NFC title game. The Chiefs' journey here a little more complicated. A win over Jacksonville in the AFC divisional playoff, but not at all a sure thing given Patrick Mahomes was injured and missed 4 series in that game that Chad Henne, the backup, had to step in for. And obviously just a thriller against the Cincinnati Bengals, a team that went into Kansas City and beat them in overtime last year, with the Bengals getting to the Super Bowl against the LA Rams. Kansas City winning that game by a field goal 2 weeks ago. So we are ready. All the talking from us, well, the talking will continue, but the talking about what we expect will happen will turn to what is actually happening. We're so glad you're with us on 5 Live Sports for this one, the Chiefs and the Eagles in Super Bowl 57. And Butker with a kickoff towards the end zone, and it sails through on 2 bounces, and the Eagles will start at their own 25-yard line after that touchback.
Excited to see what the Eagles come out with to start. Are they going to run the ball early, or are they going to put it into Jalen Hurts' hands and see what he can do in the early downs, expecting them to load the box and play the run in defense?
Greg, when you see a team come out, do you go, you've studied film, you know what they're going to do, do you expect the expected at this stage of the game?
I think you do a little bit. I think most of these plays end up being scripted, and the Eagles have probably a great sense what their first several plays are going to be. Jalen Hurts in the shotgun, back at his 20-yard line, waiting to get the snap. The Chiefs backing off a little bit, bringing their linebackers up, and now a couple of the middle linebackers dropping back. This is 11-on-11 football. The handoff goes to Miles Sanders. Doesn't get much. He ends up turning it around to the outside, but ran a lot more sideways. Fumbles the ball out of bounds, and maybe maybe Christian got a half yard there. He just couldn't find the opening along the sideline. The Chiefs read that out very well.
Really interesting pre-snap read from Steve Spagnuolo there. The Eagles motioning the tight end over. No one moves. There's a safety down on the line, and then at the snap, the safety drops back into a cover 2 shell, meaning that there were 2 defenders deep, and you would have expected that O-line to open up some holes.
So they'll actually give him a loss of a yard there. It's about a half-yard loss, but they'll call it 2nd and 11 from their own 24-yard line. Hurts still in the shotgun. He's got Brown out to the left side. Hurts gets the snap, wants to go towards the left. The catch is made at about the 28-yard line. A flurry of Chiefs end up knocking that particular receiver down, and that was Devontae Smith. But a gain of maybe 4 yards. It sets up about a 3rd and 7.
Hey, I'll tell you what I've noticed so far. The DBs for the Kansas City Chiefs are absolutely flying downfield. 2 huge hits on the first 2 plays, setting the tone, Christian.
Yes, definitely. I think Devontae Smith was able to find the soft spot in that zone and hook up with Jalen Hurts.
3rd and 5. The Eagles need to get to the 35-yard line. Ball is on their own 30. Hurts may be changing the play at the line of scrimmage. Just the 1 safety deep. Gets the ball on the snap. Takes his time looking. Finds a man wide open and a 1st down. And he's plunged out of bounds by number 20, Justin Reed, the Chiefs safety. On the safe side of a legal hit, Christian, but not by much.
Not by much at all. Devontae Smith with his 2nd catch early in this game, running across the field, finding that soft spot again. Him and Jalen Hurts hooking up. What you'll see is Steve Spagnuolo dropping into a weak zone and maybe a missed coverage, because you wouldn't leave a linebacker on Devontae Smith with that much space.
Gain of 12 yards, a big play, and the Eagles get a fresh set of downs. And Hurts wants to go deep here down the left sideline. Caught well out of bounds by A.J. Brown. That pattern drifted way too far to the sideline, and so did the throw.
Seeing some early aggression, riding that momentum of that completion and that moving the chains, going for the deep shot to A.J. Brown on the left side, hasn't left himself enough room to get the catch.
Christian, a lot of man coverage. What does that mean? Explain to us what's happening and what the thought process is behind man coverage.
So man coverage, effectively, they're just going to match up single on single and take away that player. But the problem is, when you have receivers as good as Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown, you're going to leave your defenders in a tight situation.
So it's just the 1 running play to start. Since then, Jalen Hurts has thrown the ball 3 times. We're just getting going in Super Bowl 57 on 5 Live Sports. Jalen Hurts on a 2nd down and 10 will run the ball, so it would seem, and he gets around the corner and gets the 1st down. Just walking the tightrope right around the Chiefs, or rather the Eagles sideline, right in front of all of his own teammates and coaches, who give him a lot of applause. He gets about 10.5 yards, and the sticks will move.
Devonta Smith, known for his catching ability, but if you watch, high IQ play there, blocking for Jalen Hurts, allowing him to pick up the extra yards.
So 1st down again for the Eagles. 2nd time they've done this. 1st and 10, and they're now into Kansas City territory on the 48. Hurts in the shotgun. He hasn't been under center yet in this game. 6th play of the drive. Drops back, wants to throw. He'll go over to the right side. Caught, very well telegraphed, and the catch made by Dallas Goedert.
They are moving the ball, Greg. That's another 1st down for the Philadelphia Eagles, and I think they're going to have to change up the defensive coverage early. I know it's an early call, and I apologize, but this man coverage against this Eagles offense isn't working.
No, not at all. I think they're asking a lot of this defense because they're expecting run, but the Eagles are playing pass extremely well.
And they're moving the ball quite quickly here. This handoff will go to Miles Sanders. Sanders finds it. It doesn't a fake play, and it ends up being caught, and still on his feet down to the 11-yard line is Devontae Smith. Everybody, in fact, at least several Chiefs were fooled by the play action and were sure Sanders had the ball. They end up getting a gain of 22 yards on that play.
Well, us 3 were confused then. What an absolute awesome play to disguise the handoff.
So they've had 4 straight plays get over 10 yards plus. They're moving this ball and then some. Handoff now goes to Sanders up the middle, stuck at about the 8-yard line. They can get a 1st down without scoring, but they'd have to get to about the 1-yard line. 2nd and 2 at the Kansas City 3.
I'm loving this early game plan from the Eagles. Everyone expecting run early, coming out, throwing the ball. Now in the end zone is where you mix up the run, maybe some play action, compress the field to expand it.
No wide receivers, 2 tight ends on the edge. Sanders gets the handoff, and Kansas City read that very, very well there and tackle him basically at the line of scrimmage. So pretty critical 3rd down Remember, they could get to the 1-yard line, get a fresh set of downs, 3rd and 2 at the 3.
Interesting situation here, play calling, because as you said, they don't need to score. So the playbook is open. It's red zone offense, and they can run the ball, or they could go for a quick slant on the outside. Let's see what they do.
And now they will line out a wide receiver, A.J. Brown on the left side. It's both Brown and Smith on the left. No wideouts to the right. And no Eagles in motion either. Hurts gets the snap. Hand off to Sanders. Sanders is in! Touchdown, Philadelphia!
That's the 12th game this season they've scored on an opening possession. And as we expected, the Eagles are coming out firing. That emotion from Nick Sirianni pre-game is filtering through onto the field, and this offense is on the board.
Yeah, the Philadelphia Eagles are on the board, and you're listening to Super Bowl 57 on BBC Radio 5 Live. We are in Glendale, Arizona. The Philadelphia Eagles, led by Jalen Hurts, have got a 6-point lead. The extra point to come. What an explosive start from the Philadelphia Eagles. A lot of people have talked about the defensive line of the Kansas City Chiefs, but I tell you what, the Eagles have opened them up. Players paused because it looks like the running back's knee was down before the football crossed the goal line, Greg.
They're going to take a good long look at it. His elbow down as well. And that would give the Eagles a first down, so they would reset this basically at about the half-yard line.
The goal line.
Yeah.
It will, however, be a first down.
So it is a first down, but it's not a touchdown.
No, the points are coming off the board. I mean, they're on the 1-yard line, and we've seen that the Philadelphia Eagles know exactly what they're doing to scheme against this Kansas City Chiefs defense. I mean, listen, it's early doors, but Christian, that shows us a lot about what the Philadelphia Eagles are bringing to Super Bowl 57.
And it's showing you that they don't have to stick to one way of playing. They're coming out, mixing it up, making the Chiefs defense ask themselves some serious questions in coverage, and then now it's gone to a short field. They're running the ball, one of the best proponents of 4th and 1, 4th and inches, and converting. So on this short distance, they've got 3 cracks to get it 1 yard. You'd expect them to do it.
Miles Sanders had 2 touchdowns in the win over San Francisco. Hurts is going to keep it himself. Now a flag goes down. That might have been a false start on Philadelphia's part. So again, Eagles celebrating a touchdown for the 2nd straight play. And for the 2nd straight play, we're not sure if it counts yet.
Yeah, flag came in from the line
Offside
judge.
Defense.
Yeah, you're offside defense. So the penalty is declined. The 6 points go on the board. The Philadelphia Eagles special teams come on the field and attempt an extra point. So early in the game, the Philadelphia Eagles on their first drive. I mean, first down after first down. Absolutely beautiful series of plays. Let's see if they can put another point on the board with the extra point.
That's Jake Elliott that will attempt that. Fairly flawless all year. He was 49 of 51 for extra points. They switched the rules about 8 years ago and made the extra point a little bit harder to come by. It's in essence a 33-yard field goal, and Elliott puts it right through. So, very successful 9-play drive for the Philadelphia Eagles. 75 yards, punches in the end zone. And Christian, there wasn't really one massive play. There were about 5 in a row. Big chunks of yardage to keep moving the first down chains that got them in the red zone to start.
This offense is an absolute juggernaut. Jalen Hurts coming out, throwing the ball. They only had to run the ball a handful of times on that drive, and we're already seeing how devastating that combination can be, where they're making the Kansas City defense guess, are they throwing or are they running the ball? And the problem with that is they're in single coverage in the back end because they think they're going to load the box to protect the run, but that's exposing them in that man coverage. As we said before, you can't guard these 2 receivers one-on-one, and you're seeing Dallas Goedert get into the game as well. So an early positive start, really aggressive, coming out swinging.
Yeah, on the drive, Jalen Hurts 4 of 5, 54 yards, an average of 10.8 yards per pass. That is awesome for a first drive. I mean, setting the tone. I mean, come on. We talked about both of these offenses and how they have so many weapons, and everyone's talked about Patrick Mahomes. Now, as far as Patrick Mahomes goes now, it's his first drive. He's got to take this football down to the field. He's got to score. Surely,
It's his first time touching the ball. This is his chance to tell people, no, Jalen Hurts is on the other side, but I'm here too, and I'm going to set the tone for my team and respond in the way that he should, which is by going down the field, positive possession, keep time of possession, and give his offense a chance to really impose himself on this game.
Another thing that was notable, Greg, on the drive was the distribution of the football from Jalen Hurts to his running backs.
Yeah, Miles Sanders obviously really busy with the football, and would look like he'd scored that touchdown from 3 yards out, and obviously the knee comes down before the goal line, so they have to reset, and Jalen Hurts keeps it himself. But yeah, we saw three different key players, obviously the tight end Goddard and Devontae Smith involved in the mix, and they obviously gave it a shot with A.J. Brown down the left sideline as well for big gains. That's just what Philadelphia is going to do. It'll be interesting to see how quickly Patrick Mahomes wants to move it here. He is coming off a Super Bowl, Vern, that you've referenced, a 31-9 loss 2 seasons ago to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and the Chiefs didn't score a touchdown. They settled for a field goal in the first quarter, and you're thinking, Patrick Mahomes, he'll get his eventually, and he never really did. The Chiefs had 3 field goals, no touchdowns, and a 31-9 defeat.
Well, it just goes to show you, if you do your homework, you can scheme a defense that will stop this Kansas City Chiefs offense. And it's interesting to point out that the Eagles are the only team in NFL history who've had 4 players that have scored 5 or more rushing touchdowns in a season. That goes to show you what I was talking about before, the distribution of the football to the running backs.
Crowd reacting to Academy Award-winning actor Bradley Cooper. On the screen, Kevin Hart is here. My recollection in Minneapolis is Kevin Hart tried to get on stage for the Super Bowl ceremony, the handing off of the Lombardi Trophy, and they're like, you don't look like you play for the Eagles. And I saw you in concert 3 weeks ago, so I know that you don't.
Yeah, the Super Bowl always brings out Hollywood's great and the good. We saw LeBron James, the NBA's all-time point scorer, in the audience a little bit earlier on. He was here very, very early. He was here about 2 hours before kickoff, soaking up the atmosphere.
So the Eagles will kick in our direction and our broadcast commentary booth. You're, of course, listening to the Super Bowl on BBC Radio 5 Live and on your BBC Sounds app. The Chiefs will get the ball, and the ball goes through the end zone. Isaiah Pacheco, the fantastic rookie running back, 7th-round draft pick. Not Mr. Irrelevant like Brock Purdy, but he was drafted in the 7th round. He'll stay on the field to join quarterback Patrick Mahomes, 1st and 10 Chiefs from the 25-yard line.
Really interesting to see what the influence of Vic Fangio is on this 2-week preparation, where he was with the Eagles in preparation for the Kansas City Chiefs, a defensive coordinator by trade. Let's see what his impact is in this game.
Mahomes in the shotgun. He battled through a high ankle sprain 3 weekends ago against Jacksonville. Never a guaranteed finish that game, and the handoff goes to the man we just mentioned, Isaiah Pacheco, and he gets decent yardage, close to the 30-yard line, about 4.5 yards.
This much vaunted pass rush for the Eagles, but they're middle tier in terms of run defense, so you would actually expect the Kansas City Chiefs to make some progress with the run game early on.
It's an interesting debate all the time with the Chiefs. Can you run the ball? Well, they don't usually have to, so they don't bother trying. Mahomes is under center on a 2nd and 7. They mark it at the 28-yard line, so give Pacheco 3 on that last carry. He's the lone man in the backfield. And Mahomes back to pass, wants to go over the middle and finds the big man, Travis Kelce, at the 49-yard line, a gain of 21, Vern.
And exactly what we thought early on. Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce linking up. Travis Kelce motions over. The defender goes with him, indicating man coverage. When you have Travis Kelce in man coverage, even if you bracket him with 2 people and a safety coming down to help, he's still able to complete a deep over and make a big gain.
Well, it's the big question for all defenses. Do you scheme a defensive back or do you scheme a linebacker against Travis Kelce?
Yeah, and nobody's figured it out for a long, long time since Kelce was basically a rookie. Mahomes now going to scramble, and he's going to keep himself, and he's going to slide, just missing an Eagles tackle. There was definitely an intent to make sure that he paid the price if he didn't slide, but he slides under the prospective tackle. That was going to come from Avonte Maddox, and a gain of 8 yards for Mahomes on the ground.
And not a whiff of that high ankle sprain from Patrick Mahomes. I mean, he slid, and, you know, we're on artificial turf, which some people say it's quite controversial in case, you know, you're wearing the wrong studs, wrong footwear. You do get an ankle stuck in the turf on AstroTurf, 5G.
Mahomes from the shotgun, hands off, and it goes to Pacheco again. He's got a lot of room, up the hash marks, to the 25, down to the 20, and just over into the red zone, the 19-yard line. 25 yards, no flags on the field. What a run by Isaiah Pacheco.
And that's poor gap control by the Eagles. You've got the Kansas City Chiefs tight end wrapping back across the line to seal the edge, and then there's just a huge crater of a hole for Pacheco to go through. And early on, these two juggernauts are coming out swinging.
As we mentioned, Pacheco was no sure thing to make this team, and he's been their leading running back. Handoff again goes to Pacheco. He dodged one tackle, found a little bit of room, but there won't be much here. 5 or 6 Eagles tie him up, including the linebacker T.J. Edwards, the cornerback Darius Slay in on that play as well, the former Detroit Lion. We'll give him about 3 yards there. Let's call it 2. 2nd and 8 at the Eagles' 18. Kansas City trailing 7-0. Philadelphia went right down and scored on their first drive.
It's almost a role reversal of what you'd expect each team to come out with on an opening drive. Kansas City running hard and having a lot of progress from that run.
Mahomes in the shotgun on a 2nd and 8, 7:08 and counting to go in this first quarter. We're in Glendale, Arizona at Super Bowl 57. Mahomes back to pass in the pocket, going to the end zone, caught, touchdown! Travis Kelce, who else? A 6th touchdown combination between Mahomes and Kelce. They're 2 behind Joe Montana and Jerry Rice, and they're an extra point away from tying the game.
And as iconic as Travis Kelce is, that's his first Super Bowl touchdown. Travis Kelce in the corner, right over his head and into what they call the breadbasket. An absolute on-point pass from Patrick Mahomes. And already on that drive, the Kansas City Chiefs have got more rushing yards than they did in the last game they played against the Cincinnati Bengals in the AFC Championship game.
Yeah, they had real trouble running the ball 2 weeks ago, for sure. So this extra point's going to come from Harrison Butker, who started the game kicking off to the Eagles. And halfway through the first quarter, he's tied the game up. 7-7, Eagles and Chiefs. Wow, 2 75-yard drives, and really, no struggles for either offensive machine so far, Christian.
No, what opening drives from 2 quality offenses. We know they can score, and they're just showing you that they can score in ways that you wouldn't even expect. This Kansas City team, you'd think, would run exactly through Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. On this drive, 2 huge catches for Travis Kelce, and then the run game is what's incrementally crawling them up the field, and that's going to be the difference today. Is this going to be a shootout? Are we going to see a 40-point game potentially?
And Vernon, I know they won't do post-game tape tomorrow after the Super Bowl, but when that touchdown gets shown and you see just the safety, Marcus Epps by himself in the backfield thinking, I'm supposed to cover Kelce on my own? Where's the linebackers? Where's the cornerback? He fooled everybody on that play and pushed to the corner of the end zone.
This is absolutely fantastic. There's 6 minutes and 57 seconds left in the first quarter. Both teams have come out of the blocks scoring touchdowns on their opening drives. There was a debate that this could quite possibly be a low-scoring game, but so far they've set the tone. I think it's important to note that the Philadelphia Eagles had to score on that drive. They had to score on the first drive because everyone would then say, look, momentum is 100% with the Philadelphia Eagles, and we saw how explosive they were. A great mix of passing and running plays from Jalen Hurts and the head coach, and then the Kansas City Chiefs go, right, we've got to do this. We've got to score now to keep them within catching distance.
It's often been said about an NFL game, Christian, that you can't win it in the first quarter, but the other team can lose it and make enough mistakes and be just too nervous and jittery. At the Super Bowl, there's no such thing as taking the crowd out of the equation. There really isn't. But to Vern's point, for Kansas City to respond like that lets the Eagles know you're in a battle. It also exercises any ghost Kansas City had from 2 years ago where they started really sluggishly against Tampa, never recovered.
Most definitely showing that championship pedigree and experience, and that comes from the coaching staff, from Andy Reid and then Patrick Mahomes, having been there and done it with Travis Kelce, and those are the key players on each drive.
You're listening to Super Bowl 57 live on BBC Radio 5 Live, and of course on your BBC Sounds app, live from Glendale, Arizona, as it looks like the sun is just about to start dipping behind those iconic mountains you see here in Arizona State, in Phoenix in particular. The whole week has been one heck of a party atmosphere down in Scottsdale, Arizona as well. They've got the Waste Management Open, the iconic golf tournament with that crazy 16th hole par 3 with the stadium all the way around it. So there's a lot of people in town. There's a lot of live sport going on. And Phoenix this week, has brought a lot of people into town, Greg.
Yeah, it's been quite something, and a lot of sports excitement generated. The NBA's Phoenix Suns traded for superstar Kevin Durant, a 2-time NBA champion, and they end up getting him in a transaction on Wednesday. He hasn't played yet for the Suns, which means he hasn't played at home yet, but the city's certainly been, the whole state has certainly been absolutely electric all week long. Super Bowl goes to Las Vegas, where they don't know a thing or two about electricity, do they really? It's very dull. Not much happens. Kickoff goes into the end zone on another touchback, a third straight touchback off the kickoffs, and the Eagles will have the ball first and 10 at the 25. Interesting to note, you mentioned the Kelsey brothers earlier on, Vernon, but Jason Kelsey's wife due her third child today. And the last we heard, she's in the stands sitting with 2 OBGYNs that she flew with from Kansas City. No expense spared. They have 2 daughters already. But in case something is to transpire, it's a quick trip through the tunnel and off to the hospital. We'll see. Eagles with the football. 7-7 game, first and 10 at the 25-yard line. Jalen Hurts in the shotgun. And they'll send Kenneth Gainwell, the backup running back, in motion. And a catch out to the right sideline by the aforementioned Gainwell. And he does well, getting about 6-7 yards before getting knocked out of bounds.
Flag on the play. Flag on play on the, as we look at the field on our left side. The line judge threw it. He threw it with some exuberance.
Number 3, offense.
Yeah, they didn't like the move by Zach Pascal. A bit of a pick play there that got Gainwell so open. So I wouldn't say rarely called offensive pass interference, but awfully damaging when it does happen. And it'll put it back half the distance to the goal line. Still first down for Philadelphia. They'll be first and 20 from the 15-yard line.
That was like something you see of the WWE.
An illegal tag-in, by Zach Pascal. So still in the shotgun, but a lot more real estate to gain back on this first and 20 for Philadelphia. Hurts under center. He'll hand it off. Goes to Ken. They really want to get Gainwell the ball, and nothing good happens from it. He gets maybe a yard from the line of scrimmage. 2nd and 19 coming up.
Eagles backs up, first and 20. The Chiefs know that they can sell out on the run a bit more because they're not going to get beaten deep with that down and distance. And actually, Steve Spagnuolo doing a great job of mixing it up and actually taking away what is a super strength for the Eagles, which is that run game. So hats off to Kansas City defense.
Kansas City did a real good job stopping Bengals star running back Joe Mixon for most of their AFC title win. They're doing a good job against Philadelphia running the ball here. Except that last drive when Hurts got loose for that one big play. Hurts in the shotgun. It's a long way to go. 19 yards for the first down. Almost another pick play, and they get stopped again. Not much happening. Devontae Smith and Pascal, who got the penalty on the last play, came across and tried to interfere somewhat. Probably fortunate it wasn't called, but now a 3rd and 14, and the first real jeopardy either team has had on offense so far.
Yeah, Maurice Jones-Drew, friend of NFL UK, he was speaking to Steve Spagnuolo earlier on, and Steve was saying that they want the Philadelphia Eagles to have 3rd and long on every drive.
The Eagles have to get to the 35-yard line. Right now they're on their own 21. So shotgun snap for Hurts. We're coming down to 5 minutes remaining in the first quarter. Hurts drops back, looks over the middle, dodges a sack, but he's under big trouble here, and he's going to have to throw it out of bounds. Phenomenal pass rush by the Chiefs. And Christian, not only do they send the Eagles off 3 and out, the Eagles lose yards in the process.
That is exactly not the response that the Eagles wanted. So Steve Spagnuolo doing actually a great job of keeping the ball in front of his defenders and forcing Jalen Hurts to make the plays. And as we're seeing, that pressure was coming from the left edge, and he wasn't able to get out of the pocket and make the line of gain. So actually loss on that yard, and then the net punt will be affected.
Yeah, Frank Clark on the hurry of Jalen Hurts, and he's only 3 sacks away from becoming playoff leader for sacks in the NFL.
The Eagles punt. Not a fair
touched
catch. It ends up bouncing into the Chiefs' arms of Kadarius Toney, who takes it back to the 34-yard line. And Vern, I saw probably what you saw, is it bounced off one of the Chiefs players coming back, but I don't think any Philadelphia player around noticed that it did. It bounced right into Toney's hands.
Yeah, when that happens, that's a live football. You can take that. That's up for grabs. It's not like they let it bounce and call it, and it just comes to a standstill. It touched a Kansas City Chiefs player, so which means it's a live ball.
So 4:46 to go in the first quarter. Super Bowl 57. 7 for the Eagles on their opening drive, 7 for the Chiefs on their first drive, and Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs coming onto the field for a second drive at their own 34-yard line.
Do you know what's crazy? We've got 3 more quarters of this. I'm absolutely shattered.
It is high-octane stuff, and Patrick Mahomes getting the ball again on the 34-yard line. You think he's going to be able to drive and make something happen.
The Philadelphia Eagles need to come up with a stop on this drive of Patrick Mahomes. They need to do something that's going to kind of throw a spanner in the works of the Kansas City Chiefs offense, because a red-hot Patrick Mahomes is something that you do not want to be going into halftime trying to come up with a scheme at halftime, trying to change things to stop Patrick Mahomes.
It's strange because you'd expect the Eagles' D-line to hold up better against the run, and that's what we haven't seen on that first drive, that the Chiefs were able to really go down the field and score, because they were able to gash that defense. So you'd see the in-game adjustments in championships that happen play by play, and you'd hope that the Eagles be able to come up with a solution for that rush.
Well, and we talked about adverse moments for the Eagles. The three of us talked a lot about it in the days leading up to this. There just haven't been that many. They start 10-0 on the regular season. The NFC East was pretty much assured by end of October, early November, with the Dallas Cowboys, the lone team chasing them. And then they win their playoffs with such ease. They outscored their opponents 69-14. 38-7 they beat the Giants on a Saturday night in Philly. And San Francisco obviously had high hopes with all their talent, acquiring Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, the tight end. And once the injury happened, Vernon, to the quarterback Brock Purdy, that game was, for all intents and purposes, over halfway through the first quarter.
Yeah, there is an argument to be had as well with the caliber of quarterback and caliber of team that the Philadelphia Eagles have faced all season. You know, there is a debate to be had that, yeah, okay, they've won. They were 14-3. They're NFC champions, but they've not necessarily played any of the big guns. They played the Titans, who were on a slippery, slidey slope when they faced those guys. They played the Giants several times, and the Giants were absolutely awful in the playoffs. Let's be honest, the Philadelphia Eagles just absolutely steamrolled them.
Yeah, the Giants had a win the week before against the Minnesota Vikings, and a great game for a close personal friend of Vernon Case, Daniel Jones. I don't think I've forgotten. But your guy left it all on the field in Minneapolis.
I know. He
didn't
really
bring it the next week to Philly.
Yeah, shout out to the Jones family. Fantastic group of people.
You're basically part of it. I mean, it's extended, but yeah. All
right, here we go.
1st and 10, Kansas City, 7-7 tie. And they've got the ball at their own 34-yard line. A big run by Isaiah Pacheco set up the last touchdown. They faked to him, and the ball up the middle on a pass play to Noah Gray, their backup tight end. And Gray gets the ball up to about the 40-yard line, so we'll call it a gain of 6.
Nice little screenplay. You know, that Patrick Mahomes drops back, fakes the handoff. The offensive line let a few defenders through and then step forward. And it was a gain of 6 yards. So it's 2nd and 4, ball on the Chiefs' 40-yard line.
Just 28 catches all year for Noah Gray, but obviously his first in the Super Bowl. 4:15 and counting to go. Mahomes has all his receivers lined up on the left side. The handoff goes to Pacheco, who's tied up just after the line of scrimmage. A great read by Philadelphia's number 43, Kaiser White.
Another flag on the field. Looks like a holding penalty.
And it was an offensive pass interference penalty that really...
Hands to the face. Number 74, defense.
Oh, it's on the defense. Wow. So the second big penalty against the Eagles so far. They had that offensive pass interference to start the last drive, and this one will give Kansas City an automatic first down and 10 more yards closer to midfield. They might be right at midfield by the time they mark it off.
That was Ndamukong Suh doing Ndamukong Suh things. The man is an absolute brick wall in the center of that Philadelphia defensive line. And I'm going to say, on a personal level, I have a big problem with hands to the face penalties on D linemen, because it's okay for a running back to do it when he's thundering down the field and he punches off a defensive back or a linebacker, but you do it as a D lineman and that's a flag.
So 1st and 10 at their own 47. Mahomes wants to drop and look deep. He has Kelsey right over the middle again. Nobody near him within about a 15-yard span. Stopped at the 31, but it's a gain of 22 yards. As wide open, Christian, as a tight end can be.
TJ Edwards, the Mike linebacker in coverage. Like we said at the beginning of the show, you cannot put a linebacker on Travis Kelce and expect him to cover him. He goes through the middle, a little head fake to the outside as if he's coming to the right of the field, comes back open to the left, and Edwards is on the floor.
He slipped. Yeah, he slipped. Duped him completely out of his shoes.
Already at the 31-yard line, that penalty helped out, and then a big 23-yard gain to Kelce helped out even more. Mahomes is going to throw it out of bounds. He got knocked down, wants the late hit penalty, but he's not going to get it this time, as Ndamukong Suh wrapped him up again. Dominican Sue's had his, favorite quarterbacks of many given eras. Had quite a rivalry with Aaron Rodgers when he was with the Lions and got suspended for something called the Dominican Sue Stomp. Remember, he stepped on Rodgers' stomach. On a Thanksgiving Thursday once. Nothing quite as egregious there. But an incompletion. 2nd and 10. Mahomes will throw it quickly. Gets it out and caught by Jerick McKinnon, and McKinnon will take it close to pass the first down marker. Knocked out of bounds around the 21-yard line of Philadelphia.
Travis Kelce's opening drive TD was the 16th of his playoff career, passing Rob Gronkowski for 2nd in NFL history. He trails only Jerry Rice. That's how good he is, Greg.
So they rolled McKinnon out just before the first down marker. A 3rd and 3 from the 24-yard line. It'd be about a 41-yard field goal if Kansas City can't convert here. Mahomes drops back, wants to think about running it himself, lost the football, and nearly picked off. It went through the arms of T.J. Edwards. They get an incompletion out of it. And Kansas City, I would have thought an interesting call here, but they don't hesitate. They get the field goal unit right on the field to take the lead. Christian, a 41-yard field goal, but Patrick Mahomes loves a 4th and 3. Lots of options there for him, but they want the points here.
Still first quarter of a championship game. You want to keep the scoreboard ticking up, ticking over, keep the distance between you and the opposition where you scored on that drive. Let's see if Kansas City can get another 3 and out for their defense.
So from this distance all year, Harrison Butker was 4 of 5 on field goals, 40 to 49 yards. Just missed the one. It's lined up at the right hash mark. Holding it will be Tommy Townsend.
What a great name.
Isn't it really? Butker the kick, and it slides wide of the left goalpost.
Was that a doink?
I don't know that it hit the post, but it certainly curved more one direction than the other. It was lined up for the middle the first 30 yards. The last 11, it shifted wide left.
Yeah, hit the post.
And it hit it very high up as well. Just caught the edge of it. So a miss, and Philadelphia is going to end up with great field position. They get the stand they may not have been expecting once Patrick Mahomes is roaring towards your 30-yard line. And it's still a 7-7 game, 2:24 to go first quarter.
Yeah, if you're a golfer, that field goal was... It's a fine line between, a lovely draw or a hook. It's just one of those where you think, oh, that's a fantastic draw. No, hang on a minute, it's going a little bit too far. That's a hook.
Well, off the tee at the Waste Management Open, you're playing 3 from the gallery, basically. You need all the bros to move out of the way with their beer cans, and you need to lob a wedge towards the green.
Absolutely.
When this game could come down to one possession, when we're talking in the fourth quarter, we're going to look back at that and think that that's where the game was won and lost potentially?
Maybe. But if you're a Philadelphia Eagles fan, or if you're a Philadelphia Eagles coach for that matter, you are overjoyed that the Kansas City Chiefs have come away on their second drive with the momentum and not taken any points, not put any points on the board. It's now down to the Philadelphia Eagles, in my opinion, just try and relax. Try and break that line through the Chiefs' defensive line. I think if they can establish a run game, then it gives Jalen Hurts more options in the pocket.
It's Greg Brady, Vernon Kay, and Christian, of course, is I was going to ask you, the fact of the matter is, I think about this, Christian Scotland Williamson. I stumbled on my words there. I had something in my throat. You notice I didn't look it up. It came back to me. And I was going to say, it's so significant to have a Super Bowl like this with 2 teams that are the 1 seed. We saw the Bengals, Christian, go on the road last year, win 2 key road games. And I think they just went along for the ride playing with house money. But there really is pressure on both these squads.
Definitely. I think when you have the 1 seed home field advantage, there's that weight of expectation. And on this stage, it's good against good, and it's who can deliver under pressure in these moments.
And Vern, I was going to ask you about your first Super Bowl memory, watching the game on television, turning it on. They started broadcasting them live in the UK in 1983. A little premature maybe for you by a year or 2, but what's the one you remember?
It's got to be my first one. It's got to be Super Bowl 20, the Chicago Bears, and I think that's why the Chicago Bears have a great following in the UK from that iconic, everyone talks about the Chicago Bears defense of 85, which was so impressive, but I think, you got the players like Jim McMahon, you had Walter Payton, it was the rise of William the Refrigerator Perry, who after that season came to the UK and did a tour of all the TV shows, and basically we were just welcoming a big, huge defensive lineman onto the big shows in the UK, and he had personality, and I think that's what attached us to the NFL, is that we've got these players who've got personality. They were fun, they were big characters, and that Chicago Bears team from 1985 is an iconic game. But not only that, it saw the rise of the Wonder Years with Winnie Cooper and Kevin Arnold, and that's what got me into the NFL. I used to be a homework on a Sunday night guy. I used to love Winnie Cooper.
Yeah.
And then that was it. The NFL stayed on the telly, and I was a huge fan from there on in.
Felt like she was too good for Kevin, and maybe too tall.
Winnie
maybe
Cooper.
Too tall.
Hey, Greg, if we're going to go there, Winnie Cooper was too good for anyone back in the day. She was the pin-up for all the teenage boys.
I think we all also, it's a shame, you know, I'm sure there's some New England Patriots fans listening. I think we all wanted that Dolphins-Bears rematch in the Super Bowl, and Miami let everybody down in the AFC title game that year. So 7-7 off that 41-yard field goal missed by the Chiefs, and Jalen Hurts in the shotgun. 1st and 10 from the 32, and Hurts will keep it himself along the left side, out to the numbers, but not much there. Hauled down by Kansas City's number 23, Joshua Williams. Give the Eagles about 3 yards there, Christian.
And that's a designed QB run, trying to get Jalen Hurts outside, maybe establish some early momentum. We saw on the last drive, it was killed early because of that pass, that interference play, and that was a 10-yard costly penalty.
2nd and 5, they give him a little extra on the roll. From the Eagles' own 37, Hurts is going to hand off to Sanders this time. And again, not much there at the line. He keeps it himself, as a matter of fact. Oh, I faked the handoff to Sanders. Hurts kept it, and nothing was there, so it's going to be a 3rd down.
Yeah, Greg, I don't like those plays. Organized plays early in the game where you're allowing your star quarterback to run into the big boys of the defensive line of the Kansas City Chiefs. It's too dangerous for my liking. Just hand the ball off.
You hear the crowd start to get motivated. These are the Chiefs fans on their feet and yelling they want another 3 and out. They'd love to get the football back. 3rd and 4 from Philadelphia's 38 in a 7-7 game, 1:15 to go in the first quarter.
Five receiver set, Greg.
And a lot of movement. I think the Chiefs certainly went over, but were they drawn by Philadelphia? Let's wait and find out.
Defense number 55, unintended for the quarterback.
And it's an automatic 1st down. So whatever Jalen Hurts was doing, Christian, with the signals, with the cadence, it drew the Chiefs offside.
You want to say that they got lucky there because the right guard might have twitched early, which might be what Frank Clark saw, which triggered him to rush.
So the Eagles avoid that 3rd down, and now it's a 1st and 10 at the 43. So a penalty went against their benefit last time they had the football with the offensive pass interference. They get a big break with Kansas City jumping offside on a 3rd and 4 there. Hurts calls for it. Handoff goes along the right side, and it's a tight end option. Dallas Goedert running the football, and he gets close to the 50-yard line at about the 47, but 4 yards there.
Getting creative, trying to go for the outside runs with someone you wouldn't normally expect to be a handoff in the backfield in the tight end. So not having much success in the middle, so taking the run game outside.
It's Greg Brady, Vernon Kay, Christian Scotland Williamson. We've got 26 seconds to go. This might be the last play of the first quarter. And we'll reset all that has happened so far and all that will happen, including the halftime show featuring Rihanna at the end of the second quarter. 12 seconds and counting. Hurts wants to get one play off before they switch ends. He'll throw it just across the middle, and cutting back and making the catch is A.J. Brown. 1st down Eagles to about the Kansas City 44. And that brings us to the end of quarter number 1. Eagles 7, Chiefs 7 at Super Bowl 57.
Yeah, this is the Super Bowl live on BBC Radio 5 Live. We'll be back with the second quarter after Dalton with the news headlines.
Vernon, thanks very much. The BBC News on 5 Live. Police in Cheshire have arrested two 15-year-old boys. A 15-year-old boy and a girl in connection with the fatal stabbing of a 16-year-old girl. Brianna Jai was found in a park in Warrington on Saturday afternoon and pronounced dead by emergency services at the scene. The number of people confirmed to have died in Monday's earthquakes in Syria and Turkey has passed 33,000. Senior UN officials are warning more help is needed in rebel-held areas of northern Syria. Labour says the position of the BBC chairman Richard Sharp is increasingly untenable after a committee of MPs found that he had made significant errors of judgment during his appointment process. The Digital Culture, Media and Sport Committee said he failed to declare a conflict of interest after helping Boris Johnson secure a guarantee for a substantial loan while he was Prime Minister. Mr. Sharp denies doing anything wrong. And the US authorities say President Biden ordered the shooting down of another unidentified flying object, this one over Michigan near the Canadian border. The Pentagon said it had flown near sensitive military sites. It's the fourth object to be shot down over North America in recent days. The first was a Chinese observation balloon that Washington believes was spying. Now back to the coverage of Super Bowl 57 at the State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. Here's Vernon.
Yeah, thank you, Don. So it's 7-7. Kansas City Chiefs, 7 points. Philadelphia Eagles, 7 points. Vernon Kay, Christian Scotland Williamson, and of course, Greg Brady with your play-by-play. So far, first quarter was highlight after highlight, and I think that the one play that stands out for me was that pass interference play. Game changer for the Philadelphia Eagles.
That killed that drive earlier. When you're 1st and 20 in a championship second drive, that's a lot to do to even convert the down and get the chains moving. So that stalled that drive, a 3-and-out, gave the Chiefs an opportunity to come down the field, but ultimately hit the post on a field goal, which cost them those points.
And guys, I think there's still some great debate about, you got the best quarterback on the planet, you've got a 4th and 3, you're rolling, the momentum is yours, you got the last touchdown. They didn't even hesitate setting Harrison Butker out, and I thought they might even at least think about it. You don't want to waste the time out on it, but it was snap, get the field goal unit on right away. I think Patrick Mahomes might be saying next time I want a shot at that 4th and 3 from that close.
Yeah, it's the Super Bowl. Come on, you've got to go for it on such a short yardage as well. Really interesting. And we're going to be joined. Here he is, Henry Hodgson, everyone, General Manager of the NFL UK office. Henry, from your perspective, this is the kind of Super Bowl that we want to give fans in the UK.
It's a fantastic game so far, isn't it? It's been great.
Yeah, it's absolutely superb. We'll get into it once we've started the second quarter. The whistle's just blown, but we've got lots to talk about with regards to the NFL International Series, the European games as well. So, Henry, just bear with us for now. Greg, I'll hand back to you. It's the second quarter of Super Bowl 57.
Happy to be here, of course, in Glendale, Arizona. 5th time that they've had the Super Bowl here, and we had a tight first quarter. Kansas City could have taken a 10-7 lead, missed a 41-yard field goal. Jalen Hurts back to pass. First play of the second quarter. He wants it all down the left side. He's got it! Touchdown!
A.J. Brown in the end zone!
From 45 yards out, the very first play of the second quarter, and the Eagles take the lead.
Oh, my!
What a play. Deep ball to A.J. Brown, who was actually in pretty good coverage, and he still manages to place the ball in exactly the perfect place, drops it in the bucket. A.J. Brown comes up with a touchdown.
Most of his pattern guys down the middle of the field, and then he crossed over almost, getting out of bounds. It was a pretty straight down the middle, cuts it over to the corner, and beats both the Chiefs secondary, the cornerback and the safety. What a catch from A.J. Brown, the former Tennessee Titan. Extra point pending from Jake Elliott, and he's right down the middle.
Oh, right down the pipes. There you go. It's 14-7. Philadelphia Eagles taking a quick lead straight off the bat in the second quarter.
We didn't want to keep Henry waiting with an 11-play drive with five penalties and some challenges and whatnot. We get to you right away.
Yeah, Henry, welcome to our booth. It's great to have you on BBC Radio 5 Live. I've known you for a very long time, and you, like me and like all of us, are obsessed by the NFL and everything that you've done, that you guys do to provide the game, to give us that provision of the NFL in the UK and Europe and beyond. It really works, doesn't it?
It has done. I mean, it's been a long road, but as you say, we've known each other a long time. And if you think about where we've come from Super Bowl parties in London to now games in London every year, 3 games coming up this year, it's been a good journey, and it's exciting to see what's coming in the future as well.
Now, the Titans and the Bills are going to host games at Tottenham. The Jaguars, of course, are going to play a game at Wembley. When will we find out who their opponent's going to be?
That's going to come probably early May, so normally just ahead of when the schedule is released for the whole NFL, we'll find out who the 3 opponents are for those games.
All right, we're about to kick off after the Philadelphia Eagles. Jalen Hurts to A.J. Brown for the touchdown. Score 14-7 Eagles.
Jalen Hurts now 6 of 8, and that touchdown pass took him over. 100 yards, 6 of 8, 114 yards on the big pass play to give the Eagles the lead.
All right, quickly, Henry, we'll go back to you as the Chiefs offense sets. So what's the goal? What's the aim of the NFL UK office? How do you want to evolve the game?
I mean, I think the most important thing we can do is just continue growing the fan base. I think, you know, we've got a great fan base in the UK, but I believe we've really got a big opportunity with a young audience to get that next generation of fans, if you like, get them involved, get them playing, get them watching.
So it's Patrick Mahomes under center after that touchback. 1st and 10 at the 25-yard line. And he's got just the lone running back in the backfield, Isaiah Pacheco. That's where he wants to go. They've been very, very dedicated to the run, and not a lot there. That's actually Pacheco for a loss of about 3 yards. 2nd and 13 coming up.
Henry, is it the young audience that the NFL really want to capture now? Because obviously, you know, people like myself have been into the game since '85. We're going to stay with the NFL because we love it. So it's all about generating new fans.
That's it, yeah. I mean, look, we're not ignoring the older fan base. That's us. But I think at the same time, they're the ones we can attract.
Throw it to Mahomes here. 2nd and 12 from the 23 after that running play. That was went for a negative. Philadelphia leads 14-7. And Mahomes going to throw it over the middle. It gets knocked down. A bit of a, that's caught actually. Juju Smith-Schuster, it looks like held on, not for much yardage. He was tied up with Marcus Epps, but I think they've given Smith-Schuster the catch.
Yeah, they have, and they're finding that weak spot in that zone, but Bradbury driving on the ball hard and making the tackle early.
So 3rd and 8, and this is the Eagles fan base you hear now. They want the football back with a 14-7 lead. 3rd and long for Mahomes. And he sends Smith-Schuster in motion to the left side. All his receivers out on the left. Mahomes looking left. Now wants to go over the middle, but it's broken up. No flag. And certainly wanting one was Juju Smith-Schuster, who cut across the middle. The Chiefs will have to punt.
That Eagles D-line collapsing the pocket, giving Patrick Mahomes no time to even step up and throw the ball. Lucky to get away with a potential PI call there. Grab the arm on Juju Smith-Schuster. Very lucky with the Eagles.
Yeah, I'm telling you what, some of these pass interference calls, they've been called for worse than that. I am telling you. But that, in my opinion, in this modern-day game of the NFL, that's pass interference, Greg.
So back to return the punt is Britton Covey for the Eagles at about the 20-yard line. It's short. He gets it about the 25. He's going to run it back. Eludes the first tackle. Wants to get to the left sideline, and eventually, strength in numbers, and too many Chiefs catch up with him. He gets the ball to about the 29-yard line. A return of 9 yards.
All right, let's quickly bring back in Henry, GM of the NFL UK office. It's been such a success, hasn't it, the international series since 2007 in the Giants-Dolphins game, I think it was?
Exactly, that was the first one, and we've since then, last year had the 32nd team. The Packers finally made it over, which was great. This year coming up, we've got the Jags playing their 10th game in London. They've made that real commitment to play in the UK and to be part of the UK audience and really grow their fan base there as well. So it's going to be great to have them back this year.
What a new energy around Jacksonville and the Jags now, Henry. Trevor Lawrence wins a playoff game this year. It's just, you can tell even from Jacksonville's home playoff game how their fan base has just risen up in the last few years with it.
Absolutely. I mean, they've really turned it around. If you think about where they've come from, I think that Trevor Lawrence really has an opportunity to become a big sporting face in the UK, really someone that fans in the UK can root for, whether they're a fan of the Jags or not, but just someone they can get behind.
We're going to see similar Trevor Lawrence haircuts, Vern. I know, we are. I don't mean from you. I just mean we'll see it at Wembley Stadium.
We'll see them around. We'll see some around.
Maybe we'll do the Gardner Minshew mustache thing, but with Trevor Lawrence ginger wigs. That'll work. Let me ask you a quick question, and this is a serious question. How do we get NFL players who come on a regular basis, like the Jaguars, how do we drip feed them into our everyday culture? How do we get them onto shows like The One Show, breakfast television? How do we make these faces seen more often?
Yeah, it's a good call out, Ben, and I think what we can do and what we're trying to do is we're having teams actually invest in the UK. So there are 6 clubs right now who've said we want to grow our audience in the UK, and what that means is they're going to be bringing their guys over more often. They are, as a team and as individuals, going to be more visible in the UK, and those are exactly the places we need to do.
Sorry to interrupt, because we're all really passionate about this. What we need to do is we don't need a random offensive lineman sat on the sofa of The One Show. We need the stars.
I don't think we would get the random offensive lineman on The One Show either. We need the stars. You're absolutely right, and that's what we're aiming for. And the good thing is, when you speak to the stars, they want to come. They're so excited about what's happening internationally as a whole. what's happening in the UK. They love playing the games in London. So I don't think it's a big push to see that we'd be able to get those guys coming back regularly.
Well, I think the majority of NFL players that we've spoken to, they really want to come, like you said, to the UK. I remember Super Bowl 50, we did the honours, and Aaron Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers, he saw our NFL UK microphone and came straight over and started a chat for us. Like, hey guys, I love the NFL UK. And there was only us and the host broadcaster, Fox TV, that he came and chatted to.
Yeah, and that's the kind of thing that we're seeing. And I mean, even this week, being around town, seeing some players, when they hear that the UK's here, that there are people from other countries, they get incredibly excited.
We're just seeing Paul McCartney and Cher in the audience here at State Farm Stadium. Sure looks good. She really does. Bit of Paul McCartney. This isn't the first. I mean, Paul McCartney has played one of the halftime shows. All right, let's get back to the game, Greg.
And of course, we're going to see what Philadelphia can do here, continuing with the football after that punt. They held the Chiefs the last 2 drives without scores. Jalen Hurts in the shotgun, Miles Sanders in the backfield. 14-7 Eagles. And the handoff goes to Sanders. He went back from the right hash mark towards the middle, eaten up, and loses probably 3 yards. Kansas City building some confidence, stopping the run, Christian.
Yeah, Carlos Dunlap managing to beat his man and tackle him in the backfield. So a stretch play to the right has gone wrong on the backside and allowed penetration from that Chiefs defender.
So we've got 2nd down and 11 after the loss. Eagles have 3 wideouts, including tight end Dallas Goedert to the right side. And the lone man on the left is Devontae Smith. Hurts from the shotgun, empty backfield, throws it over the middle, finds Dallas Goedert, hangs onto the football, but not much there, a gain of 3 yards. And the Eagles will face a 3rd and long, about 3rd and 7 to come.
He actually slipped on the play then. He actually slipped, got up, and the ball was already there because, Christian, you know more than anyone playing tight end for the Pittsburgh Steelers that sometimes these passes are all about timing.
Completely, and you saw their 3-step drop ball coming out quickly. The first read would be the tight end, and he caught the ball.
And that's all it takes, just to bobble the ball a little bit, and it let the Chiefs get wind of exactly what the plan was and where Goddard was going. 3rd and 8. The Eagles need to get to their own 43-yard line to keep this drive going. Hurts from the shotgun, under big pressure on a blitz, going to scramble, going to throw it down along the left sideline, caught after a bobble initially and rolling out of bounds with the catch for Philadelphia. It's Zach Pascal. It looks like a 1st down.
Hey, Jalen Hurts rolling out there from his right side all the way around to his left. And if there are any questions whatsoever about his previous injury to his shoulder, completely gone out the window. That was such a strong throw from Jalen Hurts.
Unblocked man at the backside who was in pursuit of Jalen Hurts, and Jalen Hurts comes back round, pivots, and almost does a pirouette to then get to the sideline and make the throw.
And Pascal, you could see Christian glance at the sideline, looked at the sticks, and wanted to make sure he was on the right side of it. That's really smart receiving.
Great awareness.
1st and 10 at their own 44. They lead 14-7 in Super Bowl 57. And the handoff there, not much happening for Kenneth Gainwell, but he's going to make something out of very little. A gain of about 7 yards after it looked like he'd be stopped at the line of scrimmage. That wasn't a 2nd effort, that was a 3rd and 4th effort.
Gainwell looked to push the ball right and then saw color of the Chiefs defender in his face, then cut the ball back and then managed to find the crease up the middle for a big gain.
Craig, let me ask you, we've seen a lot of formations from the Eagles where they're spreading the offense. You've got 2 wide receivers now on the right side, 3 on the left. What does that do? After this play, just explain.
Yeah, I think they're certainly trying to spread the Chiefs out closer to the sideline because they made some great stops up the middle. Gainwell again, and they might have gone back to a 1 time too many. He's close to a 1st down. It may even take a measurement, but if he's short, it's going to be 3rd and inches.
It's interesting because it appears that on the backside, the Eagles are leaving an edge rusher or a defender free, and he's the one who's more often than not making the play. So 4th and short, let's see if they can convert.
Yeah, this looks like Hurts just trying to move the ball forward, and maybe some movement this time on the Eagles side. Hurts snuck through about 6 Chiefs and was headed to the end zone.
5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Well after the whistle was blown. So they're going to back the Eagles up on a false start, and it changes the dynamic from 3rd and inches to close to 3rd and 6.
Oh, I'm not too sure about that. It looked like he was getting set.
No, Isaac Seumalo on the right-hand side, a little twitch. But that's enough in those short yardage situations.
It's so tough, isn't it? Biggest game of your career. Ugh.
Yeah, just a flinch of the shoulder or a move of the fingertip, And that's all it takes sometimes for that whistle to go. 9:50 to go in the first half. Eagles up 14-7. Big play here. Hurts is going to keep it himself. And that's a mistake. The ball is loose. Kansas City recovers. And they'll score a rushing touchdown on the fumble. It's going to be Nick Bolton who scores on the Jalen Hurts fumble. No flags on the field. Tie game with an extra point coming.
Those are the mistakes you cannot be making in a championship situation. 4th and inches, false start, get backed up, fumble the ball, and then it's going the other way for 6 points. That's costly.
That's a confidence breaker as well. That's twice now the Philadelphia Eagles have shot themselves in the foot. First, the pass interference play earlier on in the first quarter. Now Jalen Hurts fumbles the football. It's picked up and run back for 6 points for the Chiefs.
So an important extra point here. Harrison Butker missed a 41-yard field goal. This is the equivalent of about a 32-yard field goal to tie the game. A Kansas City defensive touchdown. And the extra point's good. And we're tied again, 14-14.
Well, you know what, Greg? We've been talking a lot this week about these two offenses, and in particular the two quarterbacks. And we had a conversation when we first met at the airport. We said, you know what? Super Bowl, it's all about the defense. Defense wins you a championship. And there you go, absolute steamroll of pressure on Jalen Hurts. Fumbles a football, goes back for 6.
And Christian, you saw Hurts really didn't get the ball stripped. He sort of dropped it himself, and then he kicked it right off his left foot. So it was nowhere near a spot for where he could fall on it and try and reset the next play.
And that's tough because it hasn't come of anything apart from the Eagles' own mistakes. It was pressure, but they get backed up from negative play and then a negative play, which has cost them 6 points, and it's a tie ball game now.
Yeah, let's bring back in Henry Hodgson, the GM of the NFL UK office. This is an exciting game, Henry.
It's fantastic. I mean, that came out of nowhere, but exciting to be tied here.
And it's great that, you know, a game like this, all the hype after Super Bowl Sunday, there's a lot of coverage in the UK about the NFL, and in particular the Super Bowl, because it is one of the most iconic sporting events in the world. And then it kind of teeters off. So it's up to all of us as a community to keep drip feeding what the NFL is all about.
Yeah, that's right, and that's exactly what we need to do. I was mentioning earlier about the teams that are going to be in market more often. There's an opportunity to do that. I think the NFL draft helps us with that as well. And then we're really pushing very hard on flag football and getting kids playing in schools and outside of schools. And I think that's a way for us to be more present year-round and, as I say, have kids play. If kids are playing, then they're going to be fans when they grow up as well. I think that's exactly how you got into it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It really is. Oh, and let's not forget, there was a team from Ealing, I think,
exactly.
a young school from Ealing who were playing in an international flag football series in Las Vegas prior to the Super Bowl.
At the Pro Bowl. So they were the representatives for the UK, and they did a great job. I think Canada and Mexico a little bit further ahead in terms of it, so they had a tough time against them, but otherwise did well.
I was fortunate enough to go to that school and spent an afternoon with them, and their football knowledge was superb. And they had a few kids who could really launch the football, and I think that's one of those things that, you know, you watch American football, you're trying to, as a kid, want to imitate the quarterback and try and throw the ball, and everyone says, oh, how do I do it, how do I do it? These kids could do it and do it well. All right, you're listening to Super Bowl 57 live on BBC Radio 5 Live. Vernon Kay, Greg Brady, Christian Scott Williamson, and we're joined by GM of the NFL UK office, Henry Hodgson. This is a 14-point game. 14 points, the Kansas City Chiefs, 14 points to the Philadelphia Eagles. Greg, we're seeing Billie Eilish on the big screen. Shout out to my two daughters, Phoebe and Amber, who love a bit of Billie Eilish.
That's right, that's right.
I know you're a big fan, Greg.
I love it. First album was amazing. You think about it, she wants to have his career as long as Rihanna and play the Super Bowl around 2048. Rihanna's been at it, 22-year career, 26 top 20 UK hits, and you'll hear her at halftime. Touchback goes through. Henry, what a milestone as well. 25th Wembley game will be this fall. If you think about it, it's been 16 years. We had the one-year interruption, obviously, in 2020. But just the consistency of the fans and how it's evolved over that decade and a half is rather remarkable.
It really is. I mean, when we first had that game in 2007, it felt like an amazing milestone, and it came really, you know, after a lot of hard work. I don't think we necessarily believed there'd be another one next year, but that happened. Slowly we grew to 2 games. We're at 3 now, and you're right. I mean, it's incredibly exciting to see the sport growing like that, and with fans showing up in the numbers they do.
Yeah, the NFL's made this remarkable commitment to London, and London's welcomed it right back. So Jalen Hurts last on the field for a 36-yard fumble recovery by Nick Bolton. Gets the ball this time, he's going to keep it, and he's hanging on to it for the time being, and it's a big gain to the 39-yard line, a gain of 14 on the ground for Jalen Hurts. That could be a case, Christian, where he keeps it himself just because he wants to get that feel of confidence back in basically in his heart rate there.
It's a mental battle to bounce back from a 6-point loss when it's ultimately a fumble that's cost you that, and then to run and break off a huge run, QB-designed run, get his confidence back in this game so he can go on a long drive.
So big gain, 14 yards up the middle, over to the left sideline. Gives the Eagles the ball at the 39. Miles Sanders, lone running back in the backfield. And Hurts in the shotgun where he likes to be. Lined up on the right side, A.J. Brown on the inside, Devontae Smith on the outside. And Hurts wants to go deep once again. I think he's overshot. Easily could have been intercepted, and Kansas City had a golden opportunity to pick that off. And Trent McDuffie was one of two players. Juan Thornhill, the other player, that basically had the ball go right through his hands.
And interesting there, Jalen Hurts firing the deep shot into double coverage to try and hit A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown having to turn into a defender and break up the pass so it's not intercepted. Meanwhile, Miles Sanders on the left, completely open.
Yeah, A.J. Brown had 22 yards reception in the entire divisional round against the Giants and 28 in the NFC Championship game against the 49ers. He's had 45 yards alone on the Eagles' second touchdown today.
So 2nd and 10, Boston Scott is the running back. Hurts from the shotgun, under some pressure, will throw it out to Boston Scott, makes a beauty move, goes back to the middle, and gets it all the way to the 49-yard line. So you talk about yards after catch, probably 6 or 7 of the 11 yards there, Christian. He did all on his own.
And open field tackling with that much space and a player with that footwork is a huge order for a defender in that much space to bring him down.
It will be 3rd down.
Yeah, that is, I'll tell you, again, on the tape, Trent McDuffie's not going to enjoy watching Scott go right past him. He wanted to keep him to the outside, and or at least tie him up, but he wasn't able to do either there.
Yeah, I think in street football, you call that an ankle breaker. He duped him out of his socks.
They mark it just shy of a 1st down, but it's right there, 3rd and 1. And the Eagles like to go in this small formation. This is the formation that they had the false start on last time, but this is too easy for Jalen Hurts. He'll push it forward, and on 2 yards, we get a 1st down, fresh set of downs, and they cross into Kansas City territory at the same time.
Yeah, I don't know how you stop that. That's like 1,500 pound of pure man coming at you.
And so low, there's no space even for the quarterback to get through.
That's almost scrum-like, Christian. You've played rugby a lot. That's almost scrum-like.
Hurts with the shotgun formation once again. His preferred method of coming to the line of scrimmage. The ball is right at midfield, the nose of it just into Kansas City territory. Hurts going to throw the ball up to the right sideline, caught and knocked out of bounds rather quickly. The catch made by Gainwell, who's getting a lot of use in this 2nd quarter after not seeing the ball in the 1st. It's a gain of 5 to the Kansas City 45, 7:08 on a running clock. It's a fast-moving 2nd quarter, and they're keeping Patrick Mahomes as well, Christian, on the sidelines.
Yeah, and that's huge. So the Chiefs are sitting in more of a cover 2 shell, sitting back cover 4, which means that these running backs are getting some easy checkdowns from Jalen Hurts, moving the chain, staying on schedule, getting 4 or 5 yards each time.
So 6 3/4 minutes to go in the 1st half. Hurts changing things up, as you can hear, through our field mic. Hands the ball off to Miles Sanders. Sanders runs into his own defensive lineman. No, Hurts is going to keep it himself, but doesn't get much. Kansas City wasn't as fooled as I was, and it's a 2-yard loss. It'll be a 3rd and 7 for Philadelphia.
That's the 2nd time Jalen's done us, Greg.
I don't like that play.
No, but it's so
far enough
clean.
away that it's fooling us.
It's so clean, and it's really working. And I think the offensive coordination team of the Philadelphia Eagles are going to notice that, and the effect that that play alone is having on the Chiefs' defense.
It's interesting because Jalen Hurts is reading Carlos Dunlap for that zone read. Dunlap goes inside, but there's a defender scraping over the top to get him down.
Sanders comes out. Gainwell is in. He's the lone running back. Dallas Goedert is playing off the line of scrimmage. It goes to Gainwell, but the Chiefs chew him up, and it's a gain of only 1. I think you got an interesting call here with Hurts. It's 4th and 5 at the 45-yard line. You're too far out for a field goal. And a punt doesn't do you much good, Christian. Maybe, just maybe, Philadelphia thinks about this here, and they're going to stay on the field and go for it.
Now, if they stay on the field, you expect them to try a cadence, hard count, draw them offside, move the chains with a penalty potentially, or they've spread them out and empty, expect man coverage, inside runs, and to beat them with speed.
Well, let's see if they actually snap the ball. They do, so they're going for it. Hurts.
Christian, you called it, spread the field, 5 wide receivers, 3 on the left side, 2 on the right side. Jalen Hurts knew that the Chiefs defense was spread everywhere marking these receivers, and that was an awesome game on 4th and 5.
And high IQ there from Jalen Hurts, knowing that Nick Bolton had him man on the spy, and with everyone spread out, there was a gap, so he faked left, came right, and his athleticism allowed him to get the yards.
That's the 4th converted 3rd down by the Eagles. The Chiefs are getting the Eagles to 3rd down. They got to do a better job of stopping them when they do get them there. 1st and 10 at the 16-yard line for Philadelphia. Hurts up the middle. The handoff goes to Gainwell again. And it's a gain of about 3 yards. We'll call it second. Give him 2. 2nd and 8. 4:32 to go. I mentioned Mahomes hasn't been on the field because Kansas City obviously had a defensive touchdown, Vernon. So he's been sitting ice cold on the sideline for a long, long time now.
Yeah, and then you've got the 20-minute halftime show with Rihanna. Then they get the ball. So there's a chance that he couldn't touch the football for about an hour and 15 minutes.
Hurts in the shotgun, 2nd and 7. The Eagles are in the Chiefs' red zone, 14-14 tie. Hurts is going to throw it. A great catch and a cut back by Devontae Smith. He's short of the 1st down, but he got a couple more on the ground. A little slow to get up. He's going to be fine. 3rd and 2 with under 4 minutes to go in this half.
Yeah, quick pass game really paying off for the Eagles at the moment. They're able to not complicate things too much by Jalen Hurts, as we saw earlier, trying to throw into double coverage. He's finding the open man, and they much rather settle for the 3, 4, 5-yard plays. But concerning signs here for Devontae Smith.
Yeah, Smith looks like he pulled up on that right ankle and actually had it landed on. He was going quite gingerly to the sidelines. Big play here, 3rd and 3. Another 3rd down. Can they get a stop? Hurts does not keep it this time, but the Eagles do get stopped from getting a 1st down. So we talk about getting points on the board. The ball was run up the middle. In that case by Boston Scott, but not a 1st down. And it's 4th and 2 at the Kansas City 8. They'll send the field goal unit onto the field.
Oh, you see, I don't like that play. You've been spreading the Chiefs defense with the 5 wide receivers on the field.
My fault. They're staying. They sent on 2 receivers and brought 2 running backs out. So they're going for it on 4th and 2. Need to get to the 6-yard line of Kansas City. And we get a flag again potentially on the offensive line.
Everyone's pointing at each other there.
Now this, Christian, you suspected it earlier when Hurts had the 30-yard run. Maybe it's just a ploy to draw Kansas City offside.
Local zone infraction, number 91. Defense. Half the distance to the goal.
The 2-play call is going to be because they get a 1st down.
Really smart situational awareness there. They send a man in motion, which confuses someone and pulls their eyes to the backfield, and then you see a slight twitch. The offensive line touch the man to let them know that neutral zone infraction has occurred, and they pick up the 1st down.
So 1st and goal at the 4. It's a 4-yard penalty. They take it from the 8 to the 4. It's half the distance to the goal line. 2:35 and counting to go. Again, we've seen Patrick Mahomes throw 2 passes this quarter. Hurts in the shotgun. Wants the ball, going to keep it himself. Touchdown, Jalen Hurts in Philadelphia. From 4 yards out, the Eagles to retake the lead.
I think now we're seeing them start to establish their run game. They're not really bothered about going too deep and explosive. So quick pass game is almost as effective as a run. Staying in front of the chains, 4 or 5-yard runs. And as we've seen here, QB designed run to the left, and he's entered the end zone for a touchdown.
Greg, you said it earlier on, the big long run, the designed run for Jalen Hurts down the left-hand side of the football field earlier on in this drive. Maybe it was a confidence thing. And we saw Jalen Hurts doing Jalen Hurts things on that drive. Scored a touchdown. Eagles now in the lead. Extra point to come.
That kick is up and easily performed by Jake Elliott. Philadelphia takes a 21-14 lead. They left Patrick Mahomes 2 minutes, 20 seconds. The Chiefs have all 3 of their timeouts. And again, because Kansas City scored defensively, it's a lot of plays, probably 25, 26 plays that Patrick Mahomes has been off the field for with the Chiefs offense, but he'll get his shot now.
Well, not only that, but he could have cooled off, but no, he's got to put together a 2-minute drive, and you don't want to go in at halftime 7 points behind, surely.
And even more importantly, potentially, the Eagles' defense have been resting this whole time. So you're now into 2-minute drill against a fresh defense where the Eagles' rushers can just pin their ear back and get after Patrick Mahomes.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. You're listening to Super Bowl 57 live from Glendale in Arizona. And if you visited Arizona, you will know that the light during the evening here is absolutely beautiful. The sunshine bouncing off the sand, the cactus gleaming in the shadows. It's a magnificent city, Greg.
Yeah, it's coming up to 6 o'clock local time here, 5:53. But you're right. Around this time of year, about 7 o'clock, you just go to the sky, take your camera phone out, and you're going to get some great imagery. Henry, it's worth asking, when you see a Super Bowl put on like this, are there lessons you take away when you come to a Super Bowl and think, this is something we haven't thought about for London yet, haven't thought about this for Spurs, or haven't thought about this for Wembley? Are there things you sort of, patch together and take with you?
Absolutely. And you know what, Greg, what's interesting is the same team that produces this Super Bowl event produce our games in London. So we're learning from them, and we get the opportunity to sort of, as you say, see what they're doing here and then bring some of those things. And we've got to make it bigger and better every year in London.
What's interesting is the guy that directs the Super Bowl halftime show used to direct me at the Smash Hits Poll Winners Party.
Really?
Yeah, when we were on T4. And obviously he's learnt from the best.
Yeah.
And now he's doing his thing. We got the halftime show in full from Rihanna coming up a little later on, and we've got the big jumbotron at the east side of the stadium, and we're showing clips now of international fans.
Great. There are fans in Brazil, in Ghana, in Paris, all around the world. Chiefs fans here in Germany enjoying the games. It really shows that the Super Bowl is a global event.
Absolutely. And what a game on a global stage that we have got right in front of us, live from Glendale, Arizona. There's 2:20 left in the second quarter. It's 21 points to the Philadelphia Eagles, 14 points to the Kansas City Chiefs, and the atmosphere is mounting. I'm getting a sense of tension from the Chiefs because the Chiefs aren't doing what they expect them to do.
Well, and look, just that stat on the State Farm Stadium Jumbotron here. Time of possession, 20 minutes, 32 seconds for the Eagles, 7 minutes and 8 seconds for the Kansas City Chiefs. So they had the one really efficient touchdown drive. Beyond that, a couple punts, a missed field goal, and this is their first chance to get the ball in a long, long time. Whistle for the kickoff. We haven't had a kickoff return yet in the game. Don't know that will start now. Jake Elliott sends it into the end zone and willing to let it go through Isaiah Pacheco. So the Chiefs will start with 2:20 to go. We'll get a couple plays in before the 2-minute warning, and Kansas City will resume offensive proceedings at their own 25-yard line.
Lots of time here for Patrick Mahomes to put together a drive. There's no pressure, and effectively what you now have where you're the right side of the 2-minute warning is you can get off 2 run plays potentially and then not have to use any timeouts.
Mahomes in the shotgun. Pacheco goes to his left, but Mahomes wants to throw it, dumps it off. Catch is made, and a lot of maneuvering room for Jerick McKinnon. He'll get to the 30-yard line, actually chasing him down from behind. With good speed was the linebacker T.J. Edwards. May have saved the first down, but the Chiefs still get 5 yards to the 30. They'll try and get one more play in, but I don't think that they will. If they did, I think the referees missed the clock. They get 5 yards here on this play. And the catch made by Justin Watson, and they're gonna give him the play and then blow it dead for the 2-minute warning with 1:56 to go. Or are they talking about whether he got it off or not?
The 2-minute warning.
He got it off. Okay,
that was a close call, Greg. That was because you and I were both watching the clock.
Yeah. I don't know that any of the 9 officials were, but they got it off nonetheless. So first down for Kansas City. 2-minute warning.
Really smart there, being able to get an extra play, sneak an extra play where the defense probably thought they were going to ice the game and wait for the 2-minute warning to come up. But a short gain, 5 yards, extra field position going into this 1 minute 56 left.
All right, let's bring in Henry Hodgson for the last time. Henry, thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it. One last question. In an ideal world, what would you like to see the NFL do, or how would you like to see the NFL establish itself in the 5 years? What's your 5-year plan?
I think the 5-year plan is, as I said earlier on, let's grow the fan base, let's keep growing with that young audience, let's bring more games to the UK, and let's show the world that this sport is becoming a truly global sport. And I think that's going to be, especially the NFL Academy is a big opportunity for us to grow new players, bring some of them into the league. We want more Christians, we want more FAs, we want these guys to be in the NFL as well.
Christian, you've not talked about your best friend who's actually on the field yet. It's an absolute disgrace. If you were my mate, I'd want you talking every drive about me every time I'm on the field. So tell us about your friend. Come on.
I'm trying to stay impartial, but as you've asked, why not? Let's go. So Jordan Mailata gone from effectively being a scaffolder and a rugby league academy player to now starting left tackle in the Super Bowl. It's honestly absurd. He's done it in 5 years, having never buckled up a helmet or played a down of football. He was drafted to the Philadelphia Eagles with a 233rd pick in the 2018 draft, and now here today, 2023, knows everything about the game because of Jeff Stoutland, an elite offensive line coach who's taught him everything he knows and allowed him to be comfortable on this stage.
Yeah, he's doing really well, exceptionally well, and you were wearing a t-shirt earlier on with his face on it, and it was quite emotional scenes when you went to see him when you landed in Phoenix. So you went straight to the Philadelphia Eagles hotel to say hello, and the embrace was what you would describe as iconic.
Oh, most definitely. I don't think two bigger humans have embraced for as long.
Well, since he was drafted, since the day he was drafted, when I was there with you guys, and that embrace was pretty long as well.
Yeah. So, Henry, how important is the international player pathway and the academy? Because the academy, led by Tony Allen, my former head coach at the London Warriors, they are drip-feeding players into Div 1, Div 2 schools. So we do have a presence, and surely over time, over the years to come, we will have a consistent amount of young players who play in colleges and then hopefully, if they're good enough, can get into the NFL.
Right, it's a slow burn.
Yeah.
I think the important thing is we're developing these guys, giving them the opportunity. It's very difficult. Christian experiences, an elite athlete like Christian, suddenly landing in the NFL must have been really, really difficult. You're learning basically a new language and entirely new skills. I think if we give these guys at the age of 16 onwards a bit of a runway to learn the sport, get an opportunity to play college football, which is obviously the path into the NFL, we'll get some guys there.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Henry, thank you so much for joining us, my friend.
Thanks, Henry.
Thank you, guys.
1st and 10 Chiefs at the 36 as we pick it up off the 2-minute warning. Getting turned around on an incompletion for Kansas City was number 11, Marcus Valdez-Scantling, and he just got twisted up into a bit of a whirling dervish and couldn't get it around the right side to where he was facing the ball, and it was thrown a little deep as well, which didn't help matters. 2nd and 10 Chiefs at the 36. Philadelphia leading this one 21-14. They went right down the field and scored after Kansas City with a 36-yard fumble return off a Jalen Hurts fumble. In shotgun for the Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes. And the Chiefs looking like some movement.
False start. Number 57, offense.
And they'll end up pushing it back 5 yards.
Let's welcome listeners of BBC Radio Wales, Radio Ulster, Radio Scotland and local radio throughout the UK. Welcome, this is Super Bowl 57, live from Glendale, Arizona. Vernon Kay, Greg Brady and Christian Scott Williamson, alongside listeners on BBC Radio 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Welcome to Super Bowl 57.
So great to have you with us on this Sunday evening. The time in Arizona, just past 6 o'clock local time. In the shotgun, the NFL MVP, Kansas City's Patrick Mahomes, being chased. He got loose and was nearly sacked. Headed to the sideline, kept the ball in play, and was trying to get it to Juju Smith-Schuster. It falls incomplete. And now a 3rd and 15 from their own 31. And Christian, you mentioned Patrick Mahomes had plenty of time here, but now I think the Eagles are starting to think on their sideline, we might get the ball back with some time on the clock.
And Eagles only sending 4 rushes, but interestingly, the Chiefs had a false start because the offensive tackle on the left side went too early. The next play, they designed help, so the the running back chips for it and helps him so that he can't get pressure.
Kansas City has to get to their own 46-yard line. Eagles fans are on their feet. Their team leads by 7, and they're close to getting the ball back. Low snap. Mahomes has to pick it up off his feet, in essence. Thinking about going deep, being chased, going to keep the football. He doesn't want to get hit, but finally is tackled by number 57 for Philadelphia.
More importantly, he's slow getting up. Oh, he's limping. The right foot, the high sprain ankle that he suffered a couple of weeks ago has risen its evil head. He's limping off really badly.
You know, Patrick Mahomes' eyes, Vernon, are too far away, but you could almost feel he didn't want to take off and run in that scenario, but thought he could get the first down and had no choice.
A 30-second timeout.
Oh, he's rolled it
and it's
again.
the right ankle again.
Yeah, it rolled outside to inside on that tackle play. Grabbed really low. There's nothing illegal about the play by T.J. Edwards to take. You got to do what you can to take down the quarterback, and it wasn't like he led with his helmet, but he grabbed him at the right ankle. And Mahomes is in excruciating pain on the Chiefs' sidelines.
Wow, that's big news. Everyone's been talking about Patrick Mahomes. Everyone's been talking about this high ankle strain that he's suffered. And it seems that the same thing has happened.
Eagles punt return now comes from the 18-yard line, and a lot of room for Britton Covey. And Covey ends up getting it all the way to the 44-yard line. Ran through a crowd of Chiefs and eventually tackled, but it's a gain of 26. So, wow, this game has taken a turn from the Jalen Hurts fumble. Since then, Christian, Philadelphia has scored. They've stopped Mahomes. Mahomes is injured. And Jalen Hurts and the Eagles have some time to work with here. 1:22 to go in the first half with a 7-point lead.
Huge momentum shift. And that all comes from the work of Josh Sweat on the right-hand side, causing the false start and then ultimately making Patrick Mahomes scramble, which then led to the injury again. And now it's concerning for the Chiefs whether their quarterback will return. There's going to be a long wait at halftime where his ankle could seize up, could get stiff, and we'll need to know how he's going to come out for that first drive in the second half.
It will give the Chiefs and trainers and doctors more than the usual time to get it looked at.
Because
that much is true.
Yeah, halftime during the Super Bowl is approximately 25 minutes, whereas regular season it's 15 minutes. And I've got to say, guys, Patrick Mahomes is writhing in agony on the bench. He knows that this is a real issue, not just for him, but for the whole of the Kansas City Chiefs team, because throughout the week, and we mentioned it at the top of the show, everyone has been saying that Patrick Mahomes will lead this Kansas City Chiefs team to pick up another Vince Lombardi trophy, their second Vince Lombardi trophy in 3 visits. And I got too excited, in a bad way, I guess, when I saw it, because this is a huge game changer, Christian.
Yeah, definitely. And especially when you think that it limits the playbook when you're not expecting him now to scramble. So you're up against an elite defensive line and you have no escapability from the pocket, and you're going to have to then just be limited to a 3-step drop, and it's up to the offensive line of the Chiefs to hold up for him.
He is up and about. He is walking. He's pacing the sidelines. There's a couple of trainers with him. We can see him from our booth here at State Farm Stadium. Patrick Mahomes is talking to what looks like a couple of doctors. He's stretching it out. He's got a tablet in his hand, which means he is going to stay in because he's looking at plays. He's hyping up the bench. He's got a slight limp now, Greg. It isn't as bad as it was when he came off the field, but he was in agony.
Well, I think the conversation, guys, comes back to where it was 3 weeks ago. It's one thing if he stays in, how effective can he be? And when we'd ask that on a play-to-play basis, Christian, when they played the Jags in the playoffs. We're watching him every moment, every movement, every time he has to plant the right ankle to get a throw off. It's just nerve-wracking for Chiefs fans to witness.
Yeah, it does look like he's not going to go to the locker room just yet.
I mean, they may not get the ball back.
No.
There's no point harm in not getting to the locker room right now, because I don't think Kansas City's going to get a stop in a minute 20 and get the football back. He's looking at plays. 4 of 9 over the last, after the first drive, he's been 4 of 9, 23 yards after being a perfect 4 for 4, 66 yards and a touchdown. A bigger concern for the Chiefs, or at least of equal concern, is can their defense stop Jalen Hurts with a minute 22 to go? That's the current status. The Eagles up 21-14 on the Kansas City Chiefs. Hurts from the shotgun. Catch made. Cutting back towards the middle, Kenneth Gainwell. Boy, he's liked using him a lot, and for good reason. Gainwell getting good yards after his catch, about 8 yards, and they'll move it quickly to the line of scrimmage with 1:08 and counting to go.
Gainwell is having a game today. He really is. They've used him out wide.
Yeah.
They've used him behind center.
Hurts from the shotgun, wants to look downfield, and he'll throw a pass pattern down the right sideline. It's caught! A brilliant catch by Devontae Smith, and he gets knocked out of bounds, but they're down in the red zone once again, a gain of close to 30 yards.
Eagles smelling blood, riding that momentum, getting a quick screen pass to the right, and then firing a deep shot down, and it's completed.
They're going to look at this play, and they should. Little bit of wobbling coming close to the sideline for Devontae Smith there, and then did it end up touching the ground? Watch him come to the ground as we see the replay here, and you're getting a sense the ball bounces a little bit, and we can't tell from our angle, does it hit the turf or does it not? It's really close, though. He's got it tucked in against the right side of his helmet, Vernon, and I think it hits the ground there. I don't think it's a catch.
It's very similar to the iconic helmet catch that we saw in the very same stadium with Eli Manning.
I think it hits right there. I don't think that's a catch. It's the right thing to review it. We'll see if they see enough evidence. The concept always is, it's not like a court of law where you've got to prove basically beyond the shadow of a doubt. It's more, is there enough evidence to overrule what the initial call was? And the initial call was a catch. But I think, Christian, it's bouncing out there.
Do you think those 2 steps are enough to say that he had possession and made a football move before he hits the ground and the ball bobbles? That's the question.
He's got it there, as we're watching it on the
moving,
monitor. It's trapped to the side of his helmet. His right hand is squeezing it against the side of his head. And then, as he falls, the ball lands, but his arm is between the turf.
The ball definitely touches the turf.
Yeah. Oh, it's a tricky one.
It's really close. I mean, he's got it wedged against the helmet. Chiefs player's hand is in there as well.
Is he out of bounds?
His knee touches the ground when he has possession before the ball bobbles. Does that count?
But he's out of bounds.
But he has the 2 feet inbounds beforehand.
But does he have the 2 feet in before he's got it pressed against the helmet? I don't think the 3 of us should be on a jury together. This would take forever. Is the guy guilty or not? We wouldn't be able to decide. We all have 3 different looks at it.
It's the ultimate question in the NFL, isn't it? What is a catch?
Yeah.
And that's what we're experiencing right now, ladies and gentlemen. And thanks for tuning in to BBC Radio 5 Live. We are at Super Bowl 57. The Philadelphia Eagles have a 7-point lead over the Kansas City Chiefs. 21-14, 30-yard pass from Jalen Hurts down the sideline. Is it going to be a catch? If it is, this is a huge decision. If it isn't, you've got to do a couple more plays and then go for the field goal.
I get my wager is probably they're not going to change it, but I'm not sure it's a catch. Like, I'm not sure they'll get the replay right because there's not enough evidence.
If we go back to the 49ers game, that same player, Devonta Smith, uses high IQ, made them snap the ball on the next play, hurry up so they couldn't have a booth review on the previous play. Unable to do that this time, but we'll see if it is a catch or not.
In the meantime, Ched Henne, the backup quarterback for the Kansas City Chiefs, he's doing some serious limbering up. He's stretching, he's throwing several footballs at pace. So I would edge my bets and say that if the Chiefs do get the football back, Patrick Mahomes is going to stay on the bench.
And he's 37 years old. He actually had a good touchdown drive against Jacksonville. He had to come in the playoffs 2 years ago for Patrick Mahomes and play against the Cleveland Browns in relief and help the Chiefs get that particular victory. So a lot of years with Miami and a lot of years with the Jacksonville Jaguars. He would have made a few Wembley Stadium starts with the Jags.
Absolutely. And it looks like the football's coming back. Looks like it's coming back, not a catch.
Yeah, the Chiefs defenders have gotten the advance notice. We'll hear from referee Carl Cheffers right here.
Did not maintain control of the ball throughout the process of the
I mean, it was really close. Nick Sirianno, the Eagles coach, he doesn't like it, but I don't expect him to. His receiver made a fantastic athletic endeavor to try and bring the ball in, and they called it a catch when he made it before the review process.
So it's 3rd and 1, ball on the 48-yard line of the Philadelphia Eagles. We've got 55 seconds to go. What do you do, Christian?
2-minute drill. Usually they take away the sideline so you can't stop the clock, but there's enough time, 55 seconds. They're at the logo. They could take a completion in the middle of the field and still snap the ball and have plenty of time. They've got timeout, so effectively the whole field is open.
And you're about 20 yards from field goal range. You get it down to the 30. It's about a 47-yarder. For their kicker, Jake Elliott, who's very, very consistent. Elliott was 6 of 8 from field goals 40 yards and over. The problem is on the Eagles, you don't kick that many field goals. They want to just line up with that rugby scrum again for Jalen Hurts, bring the ball forward, and maybe with a second effort, he's got it. As you said, Vernon, it's an impossible play to defend, but the Chiefs gave it a go. But a lot of pushing, which is still legal in the league. I'm waiting for them to take that away, where you can't push your own player forward over the line. Haven't done it yet. So the chains move and the Eagles move quickly. 1st and 10 from the 46-yard line. Jalen Hurts back under center, headed to the sideline. He'll just throw it out of bounds. stops the clock, and it resets what the Eagles are trying to do offensively. 2nd and 10 at the 46. They lead 21-14 coming to the end of the second quarter here.
And we're 28 seconds away from the Rihanna halftime show. This play that the Eagles have run several times is exactly what you would see in rugby, pretty much, Christian, when you've got a tight scrum and everyone just piles in moving the ball forward.
It's so hard to stop, and you saw Chris Jones there trying to dive over the pile and get his hands on the ball.
Hurts in the shotgun. He's got Kenneth Gainwell to the left in the backfield. Gets the snap. Not a lot of pressure, but he wants to get rid of it quickly. He does so to Devontae Smith, and Smith has it to about the 40-yard line. And he's going to be short of the first down, but it gets them more valuable real estate. Philadelphia takes their second time out, so they'll have one left. And let's call it 3rd and 4th, the 40-yard line. Vernon, it lines up to be about a 57-yard field goal. You probably give it a try if you don't get the first down here with just the 23 seconds on the clock. They really only have time for 2, maybe 3 offensive plays left.
Do you take a shot? We've seen how effective A.J. Brown has been during this game. You know, he's had a couple of long receptions. Jalen Hurts is literally on fire with his arm.
And he might get a pass interference penalty.
Well, yeah, yeah, good call. But everyone was asking questions about Jalen Hurts' right shoulder. Absolutely no signs of that.
Able to throw the ball deep with no problems at all. You'd be interested. You're not going to see a QB design run here, so it's on the logo. Expect potentially dialing up a shot with max protection.
Yeah, they don't want to use their last time out before they absolutely have to. Got to get to the 36-yard line. 3rd and 4. Philadelphia. Hurts throws the ball. They get there with ease, and cutting back and getting more yardage is A.J. Brown. He'll get out of bounds at about the 14-yard line. What a pass play. Gains 26 yards.
And the run after catch from A.J. Brown on an in-breaking route, turning, pivoting, and then still finding the sideline to go out of bounds and stop the clock with 15 seconds left.
Absolutely, that's heads-up football, as they say. He took a dive inside, then realised there's a lot of open space in front of him, went outside towards the sideline, got outside, got off out of bounds, and stops the clock.
And it may not have been. It's really poor tackling by the Chiefs, because the idea is you want to keep them in the middle of the field, so they use a lot of time and take the time out. Brown cut to the middle and then moved it back to the sideline. So maybe 2 shots at the end zone here. They're certainly within field goal range. Let's see what they call. Jalen Hurts back under center. That's exactly the plan, but it ends up being spoiled by the Kansas City Chiefs. Gainwell taken down hard by Trent McDuffie, and Philadelphia will have to use the timeout here and get the field goal unit on the field. So a little surprised at that. I don't know that you were going to get to the end zone on a play like that, and you weren't going to help improve your field goal status all that much. So I question the play call there a little bit.
You would have expected them to be a bit more aggressive, I think, because there was a lot more meat on the bone, but there wasn't much risk. They've got high field position. If they turn the ball over, nothing's going to happen, really. So you want to secure the field goal, 4 seconds left, and this should be a chip shot.
Yeah, you're asking Gainwell to do a lot to get to the sideline in time, not have to use that timeout. As it stands, the Eagles got the timeout called with 4 seconds to go. Jake Elliott's never missed a playoff field goal.
Oh, you've ruined it.
He'll remember that I said that.
Absolutely ruined it.
All the Jake Elliott fans. And
Gregory Brady, what have you done?
This is going to come from about the 35-yard field goal, as a matter of fact, with the snap coming to the 25. And Elliott, you heard the noise, puts it right through down the middle. That's the final play of the first half of Super Bowl 57. The Eagles up 24-14 on the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, we're watching Patrick Mahomes limp off the field. He's got a slight limp. Big news from Super Bowl 57 here in Glendale, Arizona. Patrick Mahomes injured towards the back end of the second quarter. Will he come out and start the second half, or will it be Chad Henne? Well, fellas, just quickly, let's summarise the first half. Absolutely outstanding half of football from both teams.
Yeah, definitely. I think the biggest tale of that half was Patrick Mahomes' lack of possession of the football. You didn't see him throwing it that much in that second quarter. Then the injury, that's going to be telling coming out of this halftime.
Yeah, and I think the Eagles really responded well off the Jalen Hurts fumble, the return 36 yards that tied the game for the Chiefs. Kansas City's only really put one really nice drive together without there being some kind of mayhem or chaos or problems prior to. So Kansas City's in the hole here. An injured quarterback doesn't help matters, down 10 points at the half.
Grealish. They took their foot off the gas in the second half, allowing Watkins to pull one back, with teenager John Duran smashing a superb effort against the bar for Villa late on, but the win was certainly deserved. Now attention turns to the trip to Arsenal on Wednesday, arguably the biggest game of the season so far.
Well, City are 2 points ahead of Manchester United, who had been second in the table for a couple of hours themselves earlier in the day. That after winning 2-0 at Leeds with late goals from Marcus Rashford and Alejandro Garnacho. It was Rashford's 13th goal in his last 14 games and his 21st of the season in all competitions. Here's his manager, Erik ten Hag.
He's a great striker in my perspective, and he can score with right, he can score with left, he can score with his head. It's about keeping the focus. When he makes his good movement, he will always, with this team, coming in scoring positions. And then it's about finishing, and he has the capabilities to do that.
The holders Rangers are through to the quarter-finals of the Scottish Cup after coming from behind to beat Partick Thistle 3-2 at Ibrox. James Sands got the winner 4 minutes from time. In the Women's Super League, Manchester United won 2-1 at Tottenham despite having Ella Toone sent off. Leah Galton and Molly Bartrip own goal secured a 2-1 victory that takes them back to the top of the table, a point ahead of Chelsea. Elsewhere, Jordan Nobbs scored a hat-trick in Aston Villa's 6-2 win at Brighton, and bottom of the table Leicester won 1-0 at Liverpool. At the Women's T20 World Cup in South Africa, India beat Pakistan by 7 wickets in their opening match of the tournament in Group B, and Sri Lanka beat Bangladesh by 7 wickets to make it 2 wins out of 2 in Group A. Finally, 14-year-old Sky Brown has become Great Britain's first skateboarding world champion. She took gold in park skateboarding at the World Championships in Sharjah.
The Bahrain International Circuit. Longitude and latitude 26 degrees 1 minute 57 seconds north, 50 degrees 30 minutes 38 seconds east, 3.363 miles in length, 15 turns. Are you ready for F1?
Coming soon to 5 Live
and Radio 5 Sports Extra.
Hey, welcome back to Super Bowl 57, live from Glendale, Arizona. Vernon Kerr, Greg Brady and Christian Scotland-Williamson bringing you the coverage of Super Bowl 57. As it stands, the Philadelphia Eagles have got 24 points on the board. The Kansas City Chiefs have only got 14. But the big news is Patrick Mahomes seems to have injured his eye-ankle strain on his right leg. And in that brief period where you got the news, the stage has been set for the halftime show. Rihanna is going to be performing for about 15 to 20 minutes, and she's been talking this week about playing the Super Bowl halftime show.
The one. I mean, I've been so focused on the Super Bowl, I totally forgot that my birthday is coming up. I totally forgot about Valentine's Day. I am just like Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl. So it's a lot of preparation and a lot of moving parts. I mean, it's literally like 300 to 400 people breaking the stage down and building it back up and getting it out in 8 minutes. It's incredible. It's almost impossible. We're excited to do the Super Bowl. We've been working on it for a while. It feels like it could have only been now. I mean, when I first got the call to do it again this year, I was like, you sure? Like I'm 3 months postpartum. Like, should I be making major decisions like this right now? Like, I might regret this. When you become a mom, there's something that just happens where you feel like you could take on the world, you can do anything, and the Super Bowl is one of the biggest stages in the world. As scary as that was, because I haven't been on stage in 7 years, there's something exhilarating about the challenge of it all. And it's important for me to do this year. It's important for representation. It's important for my son to see that.
All right, so I'm just going to set the scene for you. The stage is what looks like a red sword, Greg. I think that's the best way to describe it. We've got dancers and participants in white marshmallow costumes all the way along the sword in the middle of the field, and then Rihanna is stood on a huge square box in a red marshmallow costume, and she's about to start Super Bowl 57's halftime show. To celebrate Rihanna's halftime show, BBC Sounds have made a very special Artist Icons collection. All the best live performances at the BBC and interviews, and a whole lot more. Click on the BBC Music tab on BBC Sounds where you will find more Rihanna. This is Super Bowl 57 halftime show.
Going to be rather remarkable. Second best-selling female music artist of all time. And she hasn't played live in a long, long time. Last UK show, Wembley Stadium, April of 2016, Vern. So it's been close to 7 years. I assume she's touring. You know how this works. They play the Super Bowl halftime, tour announcement the next day. Whoa, how'd that happen? But a lot of her fans will be excited to see her tonight. And, of course, see exactly her coming to their city in the months to come. This is a lot of pressure for a musician, but very few say no to the process of being here for Super Bowl halftime. As she noted, it's an honor to get asked, and then the work really starts. And as she noted, she became a new mother just last May of 2022. So, boy, when I became a new dad, I don't think I could walk straight for 2 years. So being a new mom and being Rihanna, you're asking an awful lot, but she's usually delivered. Let's see what she does.
Absolutely. And there is no doubt that she's going to go to the top of every streaming chart after this performance, Greg. All right. Wow, the stage is elevated. She's going up to literally the roof of this stadium. That is amazing. Looks really impressive. All right, we will leave you we'll leave you in the more than capable hands of Rihanna, ladies and gentlemen. The halftime show from Super Bowl 57. The lights have dimmed. The torches on everyone's mobile phone have illuminated the stadium. We wait for Rihanna at State Farm Stadium for Super Bowl 57's iconic halftime show.
It's rather brilliant. The Eagles fans with an Eagles chant as Rihanna attempts to get ready. Here we go with the Super Bowl 57 halftime show.
Super Bowl 57 halftime show. The National Football League thanks
Someone
you
get
for
it down.
watching the Apple Music Super Bowl 57 halftime show. After the game, go to NFL.com/live visual album to watch all of tonight's Super Bowl 57 performances.
With Rihanna, and now they've got about 5 minutes to clear the stage, and then we'll get back to what this thing is all about. Super Bowl 57, an awesome performance from Rihanna. I think the staging of that is up there with one of the best. She was elevated on several platforms. There were 7 platforms. She was in the one in the middle. She was on the one in the middle, and the other 3 either side had dancers on them. They're now backing up the set. It's amazing, Greg, the scale of these halftime shows.
I love that she did that by herself. I love special guests, and obviously Dr. Dre was going to bring out, all the great LA rap iconic songs and figures, from Eminem to Kendrick Lamar to Mary J. Blige last year. I kind of like that she held that by herself. That's the one thing. You and I were both in Santa Clara for Coldplay, and I thought, Coldplay can do this themselves, and it was great. Beyonce's out there, Bruno Mars is out there. You make it a real, melting pot scenario. But I love that Rihanna did that all by herself, and no special guests, no distractions, no cover versions of other songs. She just did her own material. I thought it was really good.
Yeah, it was superb. That was really, really good. I mean, the organisation, the planning, the logistics of all of that must take weeks. And what always makes me laugh is the first people to come out of the locker rooms are the punters and the long snapper. And as soon as Rihanna stepped off the stage, the punter for both teams, the Chiefs and the Eagles, was on the field with his long snapper, and he's now hurling footballs from one end to the other. Absolutely priceless. Those guys never stop.
It'll get to the point where the punters are coming out during the last couple songs someday and just sticking it down the sideline. Some 50-yard field goal attempts during the last song at the next halftime show, which is Las Vegas next year. I mean, let the speculation start in the next day or two as to who next year's halftime Super Bowl show is for Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas, Nevada in February of 24.
Yeah, Dotton, I would imagine you saw that on a monitor in the studio.
I loved it, every moment. And you've missed out the most important factor. For those who didn't see it, Babsy Kaiser, she pregnant again. Well done, Rihanna, for putting on an amazing performance when, well, it looks like she's several months pregnant.
Well, it's either that or she had the bread. You know, because it does give you the bloat, doesn't it, Dalton? Let's not forget that. Come on.
You tell that to ASAP Rocky. I'm not going anywhere near that, mate.
Or as Liam Gallagher calls him, WhatsApp Rocky.
I'm not going anywhere near that.
He's not listening. He's in the dressing room now, kicking back some cognac. You've been to a Super Bowl. It's a pretty impressive event, isn't it?
It's amazing. The halftime show is the most, as you know, I don't need to tell you and Greg this, as you know, it's the most amazing turnaround of any performance. I was at Super Bowl 40, Jacksonville, Florida, the Eagles versus the Patriots, and it was Sir Paul McCartney. He started off the show with Live and Let Die, and literally when he played the first piano chords, the fireworks just went live and let boom, and it was, you know, you can't knock it. You'll never see a show like it.
Ended with Hey Jude, didn't he, Dutton? Finished up with that, so we get 70,000 people singing Hey Jude in an outdoor stadium. It doesn't happen terribly often.
It's a lighters moment, or as they do nowadays, a mobile phone moment. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we were instructed on the big jumbotron here in the stadium that when Rihanna sang Diamonds, we were all told to illuminate our phones and put the flashlights on, and that's the effect that you saw in the stadium. Usually you get a gift pack, Greg, in the Super Bowl. On your seat, there's either a cushion. I remember we were in New York for the Seahawks-Denver game. There was a pack on your chair, and it had a cushion for your seat. It had hand warmers. It had insect spray, bizarrely. It had gloves. It had a flashing light for the halftime show. It had ear muffs, and it had one of those, what do they call it? Like a hand warmer thing that you put on your belt.
Yeah. That's exactly the medical definition of it.
Yeah.
Hand warmer thing that you put on your belt. That's what I would call it.
Yeah.
Where they're able to take the whole turf from the field, roll it out, get it some sun for a few hours, and bring it back in, which is rather remarkable. This was one of the stadiums they considered, by the way, for World Cup 26, and it didn't get selected in the final grouping, where most of the games that when the World Cup comes around in North America are going to be in NFL stadiums. Foxborough is going to host, Dallas, Texas is going to host the Jerry Dome. And they're talking about the final, the stadium you just mentioned, the World Cup final being at MetLife in New York, either that one or the big new one in Atlanta, Georgia. but they want to make sure they get 78,000-80,000 for the World Cup final regardless.
Yeah, both of those stadiums that you mentioned there have hosted Super Bowls, and they are both absolutely epic. And the same model that they've got here in Phoenix is the same model that they use at Tottenham, Christian, where, you know, the football players play on a grass surface, and then the NFL comes into town and they put like a patchwork quilt of artificial turf below the grass surface. It's the same model that they use here, where they just slide on the field.
It's honestly a spectacle to behold on those slow-mo time-lapse videos where they actually show you the process of rolling out one field in a stadium. You wouldn't think it was possible, but heck of an engineering job. And when you look at this stadium now, the fact that the lawn is that well manicured that you can use it for 5G, what a surface to play on.
So we'll have some real drama, Vern and Christian. We'll see how Patrick Mahomes is, whether he takes the field, how mobile he is. He was injured with right before the 2-minute warning, as a matter of fact, with an ankle injury. He was pulled down. Looked to be in better spirits than initially. By the way he walked to the sideline, by the way he sat on the bench on the sideline, he looked like his day was finished, or his evening was finished, but not the case potentially. And we get the Eagles to kick off to the Kansas City Chiefs. They want to let it drift into the end zone for yet another touchback. And the Chiefs will start down 10 points with Patrick Mahomes taking the field and Kansas City trailing Philadelphia 24-14, 1st and 10 at their own 25-yard line.
It's interesting because the Eagles offense is outscoring the Chiefs 24-7, because obviously there was that defensive touchdown, 6 points scored by the Kansas City defense. So now it's up to Patrick Mahomes to start scoring some points this half.
And this game highlighted so far by an 11-play touchdown drive for the Eagles in the first quarter and a 12-play Eagles touchdown drive in the second quarter. Handoff's going to go from Mahomes into the backfield, and it's going to be taken by Pacheco, and Pacheco will get it up all the way to about the 33-yard line, close to a gain of 8. He's been running the ball really, really well, this rookie for Kansas City today.
It'll be interesting to see how the Chiefs manage this drive. Patrick Mahomes coming out of the half, obviously, with that ankle injury at the end of the second quarter. So now we'll see, is he going to be rolling out at all, or is it just going to be 3-step quick passes and then rely on the run game?
Yeah, it's a great point. Can he plant to throw? Just 8 of 13, 89 yards for Mahomes with a touchdown pass to Travis Kelce. Probably the highlight of the first half for the Chiefs. Handoff's going to go again to Pacheco. Pacheco's going to get cut off just before he gets to the first down marker. Knocked out of bounds by Hassan Reddick, who had rather a quiet first half. He leads the Eagles in sacks with 15 and a half, but makes one of the first convincing plays, and Kansas City has a 3rd and 1.
And this is where that Eagles pass rush really comes to the fore. But you'd expect a run play and not have to rely on Patrick Mahomes to convert with his arm on this one.
Mahomes is under center, so takes the shotgun option away. Wants to hand off, does so, and the Chiefs have a lot of running room. And it's going to be Jerick McKinnon taking the ball all the way to the 48-yard line, a gain of 14. Vernon, we were talking about the 85 Bears earlier. The Chiefs had the least possession in the first half of any Super Bowl ever, except for that Bears-Patriots Super Bowl. The Bears had the ball 22-02 in that Super Bowl 15, and in Super Bowl 57 tonight, the Kansas City Chiefs have only had the ball for 48 seconds more than that 85 Patriots team.
Yeah, and you can tell, to be honest with you, not only by the scoreline, but just Patrick Mahomes himself, his statistics.
Now Mahomes getting chased, gets the ball away. Kelce makes the catch for the first down, but Mahomes took a hit in the process. He wants to minimize that. The amount of time he spends on the turf all factors in, and Travis Kelce made a diving catch. Got the ball well below his knees, held on, brought it into the middle of his body.
But that was a Patrick Mahomes iconic pass. On his way down, releases the football, getting hassled, getting hustled, and got the ball out. Travis Kelce making one of his catches.
Chiefs are on the move, 1st and 10 at the Philly 42. They're down 10 points. First drive of the second half. And an end-around play collected up by Sky Moore. And Moore wanted a lot more ground to cover than he ended up getting. Tackled down, and we'll give him 5 yards to the Philly 37.
The drive so far, Mahomes only made one pass to Travis Kelce, so it's obvious that maybe he's struggling with that foot and not being able to put any pressure on as he plants that foot to kind of establish himself in the pocket.
Huge onus on the Kansas City offensive line to keep him protected, but they can only do it for so long. If he runs out in the pocket on his own, that's up to him. And the pass comes through, a great catch, And a completion once again. He was touched up. Justin Watson made the catch. And he's down, and for first down territory, first down yardage anyway, to about the Philadelphia 26-yard line.
And on that play, that ankle actually didn't look too bad. He's backpedaling and then plants off that right foot to change direction and then make the completion. So lots to think about in the second half.
Yeah, we talked about that extra time the doctors and trainers may have with him, and they seem to have done some good work. Mahomes out of the shotgun on a 1st and 10. They've had the ball 3 minutes, 20 seconds so far on this drive. The handoff goes up the middle, and it's McKinnon once again. He'll take it down to the 19-yard line, a gain of 6.
Chiefs staying really efficient on this drive with the run game. Patrick Mahomes hasn't had to make too many Wonderlic passes, and so being able to stay on schedule, use the running backs, lean on those, get creative. Andy Reid is being able to protect his quarterback at all costs.
Chiefs are down 2 scores here, a touchdown and a field goal. I don't think field goal is on your mind once you get inside the red zone against this Philadelphia Eagles team. You got to punch it in. Chiefs have the best red zone offense in the AFC. 2nd and 3 for Kansas City right now. Mahomes wants the ball, calls for it. Looking towards the end zone, slips on that right ankle, able to recover, able to get loose, and he's going to run the football now. Stay in bounds. How courageous, down to the 4-yard line, a 14-yard gain. And he was willing to take the contact there. Surprised the whole stadium.
I think Patrick Mahomes might have had some of that special water from Space Jam that's been sprayed on his ankle, because he's no signs of any wear and tear on that play.
Hey, Christian, listen, as a kid, you know that it's just a slice of orange and a wet sponge. That's all they've done to him.
14 yards on the ground for Mahomes, and right down below us in the end zone, painted yellow with the red, black, and white Chiefs logo. Kansas City's knocking at the door. Mahomes, shotgun, wants to go to the end zone, and he's got McKinnon. McKinnon held short of the end zone. What a brilliant tackle. In on the mix was T.J. Edwards, and Darius Slay was in the neighborhood as well, and they stop him just short for it, probably by about 12 inches and a foot. They stopped him by about 5, maybe 6 of the 12 inches he needed there.
And great hustle on the play to be able to sprint to the flat and get the man down just a yard or two short from the end zone.
But the Chiefs have moved this 74 yards with just the 1 to go. Mahomes in the shotgun, 2nd and goal at the 1. They send Pacheco in motion. Handoff is coming here. Pacheco into the end zone. Touchdown, Isaiah Pacheco, the 7th-round draft pick from last year's draft. And the Chiefs have told the world they're staying in this football game with a great first drive to start the second half.
And this is again what we saw to open up the game on the Chiefs' first possession, leaning on that run game and actually not relying on Patrick Mahomes too much this drive. So punching it in with a running back, Isaiah Pacheco, great touchdown.
Extra point to come here from Harrison Butker. This would bring the deficit to 3. It's 24-20 for the time being. And the Chiefs get the extra point and cut it to 3. So, boy, it's right back. They don't just hold serve. They end up doing quite well. 75 yards rather effortlessly down the field. And Vernon, we see Patrick Mahomes limping up a storm, even slipping on that one big gain, and he can still do the Patrick Mahomes stuff.
Absolutely, and that is why everyone was talking about Patrick Mahomes throughout the week. They were saying that the Kansas City Chiefs, if Patrick Mahomes has a good game, the Kansas City Chiefs are going to do well in this game. And it was interesting when the play finished, Patrick Mahomes went to the sideline and then came back on the field and high-fived all the special teams unit as they came off the field. He's amped, he's ready to go. It's interesting now, what will the Philadelphia Eagles do? You know, because they've only got a 3-point lead now. This is going to be a back-and-forth game now, all the way. I'm telling you, this is going all the way down to the last 2 minutes in the fourth quarter.
Definitely. I think you have leadership. That's true leadership there, where you're seeing Patrick Mahomes consistently now putting his body on the line for his team, playing through injury, playing hurt, and stepping up when it matters the most.
A 5-minute, 30-second drive for the Chiefs. We talked about their minimal time of possession. They barely had the ball for 8 minutes and 45 seconds in the first half, and the Chiefs' defense was on the field a ton, with Philadelphia having the offense on the field closer to 21 and a half minutes. So they keep the ball for almost 6 minutes and go right down to 75 yards to score.
We saw on that drive, Christian, that the Chiefs using a lot of play action, using a lot of maneuvering of the formation that they come out in. Why is that? What does that enable them to do?
what it does is it makes the defense hesitate before they are able to tee off and rush the passer. So it means that it's making them second guess, where is the ball going? Is it inside or outside? And Andy Reid is an expert at finding the gaps and finding the weaknesses in any defense. And at the moment, it's actually the Eagles' run game that's letting them down. We're not even really seeing them be able to get Patrick Mahomes in those third and long situations when those pass rushes can really come to the fore.
Tell you what a great story that is for Isaiah Pacheco, Christian. 7th round pick. And you think to yourself, I'm coming to a team that likes to throw the ball. I'm coming to a team that has Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I'm coming to a team that has Travis Kelce. Is there even a role for me here? And this is why you don't give up. You show up in training camp ready to go. You let them know what you're good at. You show them on the field in the preseason, and next thing you know, you earn the coach's confidence, and you'll be in a big game like the Super Bowl making a difference.
And scoring as well. So the Chiefs have had to revamp their whole offense when they lost Tyreek Hill. So they're spreading the ball around and leaning on everyone.
Historically, teams leading by double digits at halftime are 26-1 in Super Bowl history. The lone loss was by the Falcons in Super Bowl. Remember the iconic one where they led by 18 points against the Patriots?
Crazy. Matt Ryan doesn't want you reminding him of that. And Dan Quinn, the head coach of the Falcons at the time, certainly doesn't.
Absolutely not.
And Mark Wahlberg, who left the Super Bowl early, famously. He's like, I've seen my buddy Tom Brady win 5. He's not, you can't win all of them. Touchback coming off the Chiefs kickoff. And the Eagles will get the ball 1st and 10 at their 25-yard line, up 24-21.
We've had a tweet from Silver's Buddy who says, I don't really have a clue about what's going on at the Super Bowl, but I'm loving the coverage. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Keep them coming. You know where we are. BBC Radio 5 Live. So this is Super Bowl 57. Vernon Kay, Greg Brady, and Christian Scotland Williamson here on the coverage. We've got a close game in front of us, and the atmosphere has ramped up. Obviously, the main sponsor of the NFL when it comes to beverages is kicking in, and the atmosphere now is really lifting the roof off this stadium.
Let's see if the Chiefs can get a stop. Let's see if the Eagles can keep their offense moving. Again, 2 very long touchdown drives, 1 in each quarter. Hurts in the shotgun, wants to throw it out in the right. And maybe a fumble. We'll see if this is a live ball. If it is, the Chiefs have returned another fumble for a touchdown. Let's see if it holds up. It's Nick Bolton again. And there's a lot of dispute about whether he was down or not off the tackle.
I don't think he had control of the football. The ball, yeah, he did. That's a fumble.
Oh, that's a fumble.
That's a fumble.
A catch.
Yeah,
so they let it play out, and then they walked it back to the spot.
Oh, my goodness.
But surely that's a fumble. So what happens? The pass comes in from Jalen Hurts. The running back does control the football, but is it under control for a long period of time? And then the hit comes in, drops the hammer.
That's a catch.
Love that. Snead absolutely lays him out. It's a fumble. It's a touchdown.
Eagles digging a hole for themselves on offense. 2 defensive scores for Kansas City, and we said at the top of the show, Vernon, it comes down to defense, and at the moment the Kansas City defense is the one that's scoring points and getting it done.
And do you even need to ask, is that a Super Bowl record to return 2 fumbles for touchdowns? Yes, it is. Nick Bolton does something no one's ever done in Super Bowl history. Perfect position for him to be in right there. The hit came so fast, and it bounced up on the double bounce. Nick Bolton had to scoop it up at his ankles and return it about 21 yards or so. And they're taking a final look here, but when this holds up, we expect it to now, the Chiefs with an extra point can make it 28-24.
That's the second best Bolton I know. Absolutely awesome. What a play. Here's a question for you, and I'm going to throw it out there.
The receiver did not complete the process of the catch.
Oh, you are kidding me. You are kidding me. So the referee has just announced that the receiver did not complete the process of the catch. It goes back to what we were talking about earlier on, Greg, with that question about the NFL. What is a catch? Christian, come on, explain. What does that mean?
The only thing that I think didn't happen was a football move. It was clear possession. There wasn't a bobbling of the ball. He had caught the ball, turned, was hit. The ball came loose. You would have expected that to be a catch and fumble, but I don't understand the decision, but it stands.
Old school, that was a catch.
The points come off the board, and the Eagles keep the football 2nd and 10 from their own 25. Hurts with a pass play, and it's caught, but slipping on the turf. A.J. Brown. And it's going to be a gain of about 6 yards. So Kansas City will have a third down that they hope to get the Eagles off the field on. 3rd and 6 coming up for Philadelphia.
Yeah, a little bit of afters there on that play with A.J. Brown slipping on the turf. A.J. Brown, a great investment for the Philadelphia Eagles, a former Tennessee Titan who's an absolute unit at wide receiver. Once again, 3 wide receivers down the right-hand side, Greg. Single receiver on the left.
Dallas Goedert being one of them, and the other 2 being A.J. Brown and Quez Watkins, who we haven't heard from tonight yet. Hurts, 3rd and 6, gets the ball out of the shotgun, wants to go deep down the left side. And a bouncing catch. It holds on for Dallas Goedert, who came all the way across the middle and made a brilliant diving catch. Bounced off the turf himself, but he made sure the ball didn't. The Eagles moved the chains.
Jalen Hurts with an absolute dart.
Yeah, that was sexy football.
The defender undercuts the ball, tries to make a play, but the ball is such a perfectly thrown ball that only his man can catch it. Incredible play.
Hurts goes over 200 yards now passing, 19 completions, 25 attempts.
I just wonder, Greg, the way that the DBs are playing of the Kansas City Chiefs, whether they've looked at film and said, look, guys, we've got to be more physical with this set of wide receivers that the Philadelphia Eagles are bringing, because they are really bringing the wood. They're really laying out these receivers after the catch.
It's a 2nd and 2 now for Philly off an 8-yard catch from Quez Watkins. Hurts on the play action's just going to throw it out of bounds. He had nothing there. If anything, looked like there might have been some confusion between quarterback and running back, and Hurts ended up keeping the ball. Realized he had nothing and just threw it out of bounds. It's 3rd and short, 2 yards to go. I think the Chiefs fans are still rather stunned about the process of that seeming touchdown and then the review taking it away from them.
But it was confusing because the football came in. It was a football motion. The football came in, he tucked it away, and then the hit came loose.
I mean, he took a step and turned to run.
Yeah.
Did he need to take 2 steps, 3 steps? He certainly took 1 forward before he was popped.
What is a catch?
3rd and 2. Hurts going to hand it off here to Miles Sanders, and Sanders has the first down. Check that. That's Gainwell up the middle. We haven't seen that much of Miles Sanders. I was almost going to ask you guys at halftime whether we think he's been a bit dinged up or whatever, because they've been using Gainwell almost the whole 2nd quarter.
They might be rolling with the hot hand. We've seen him heavily involved in that first half, and he's making a real difference for that offense, so maybe that's why his snap count's a bit higher.
Yeah, he's had a lot of carries. He's had 2 catches as well. 6 plays this drive, 5 passing, 1 rushing. The Eagles have moved the ball now to the Kansas City 44. They lead by 3 points. 24-21 with 7:03 to go in the 3rd quarter. Hurts wants to look deep, now wants to scramble. Able to get past a couple players, but realized he wasn't going too far and slides for about a 3-yard gain. 2nd and 7 coming up.
And this is where Jalen Hurts' mobility is such an asset, because he couldn't see anything open downfield, makes a cut and is able to still stay positive, keep the ball moving ahead, and 3-yard gain.
So they're inching into field goal territory for Jake Elliott. 2 receivers out to the right side. That's Smith and Quez Watkins, who just got involved in the game with an 8-yard catch a few plays ago. Miles Sanders in the game now, but just blocking Hurts. Hurts under some big trouble, throws it up in the air, and it's almost caught, but unable to bring it in was Watkins. Hurts was absolutely going to get crushed when he threw the ball up. He knew he'd take the hit, but he threw it up anyway. It was just too far gone for Watkins to outreach and get it.
From where we are stood high up in the stands, completely, we've got a great view, a full 360 view of the stadium. We're above the Chiefs' end zone. When you see Jalen Hurts throw these deep passes, and every single one of them has come down the left-hand side of the field to where we're stood, the gap between the receiver and the football where it's going at the start of the play is immense. But when it gets there, the timing is impeccable, straight into the hands of the receivers.
Big play here. The Chiefs fans know it. They're making some noise. 3rd and 8, and they're going to blow this dead. Did the play clock run down? Let's wait and find out. Delay a game it was.
Silly penalties from the Chiefs. It's going to cost them. It's going to cost them. I'm telling you now, that's going to be one of the stories when we review this game, win or loss. These silly penalties. You can't afford to have stupid penalties giving up yards in the Super Bowl.
There was a little confusion about packages. There was one Eagles player run in, and the other one wasn't sure where he should be. They only had 10 men on the field for a good chunk of that lining up for the play, so they get pushed back 5 yards. 3rd and 13 now. Field goal's out of the question if they don't get Some serious yardage here. They're at the Chiefs' 47. Hurts bends his knees, calls for the snap, drops back within the numbers, throws it out, and knocked out of bounds. With the catch, Dallas Goedert. How did he hang on? First down, Philadelphia.
That is a throw with unbelievable touch. It's able to drop in just before the sideline, allow Dallas Goedert to go up in the air, make the athletic catch into double coverage. That's insane.
We talked about it from our standpoint where we are, watching Jalen Hurts launch these footballs into the hands of his receivers is something special.
Penalty flag down. I wondered whether the Chiefs would challenge it. I don't think they will. But it's close. Look at him bobble it a little bit near the sidelines here. Now he's got it, but does he get 2 feet down?
I don't think he does,
by the time he pulls it in.
Good call, Greg. Good call.
But I don't know that the Chiefs have spotted that yet. I don't think they threw a challenge flag. There's a yellow penalty flag on the field. But I challenged this if I'm Kansas City. It was a 3rd and long play. You got to challenge it. I think it's still moving a fair bit, and he gets hit, and it jiggles just a little bit with him only getting the right foot down. He never gets the left foot down again.
There were players in the bench area from the field. That's a substitution into the bench area. Therefore, the defense needs time to match up, and we did not allow that. Please set the game clock to 5:55.
So that sticks with the current play, but the Chiefs have not spotted what we've spotted, which is a potential challenge here. I know you'd risk a timeout, but I'd do it.
But Greg, if that's a refereeing error, does it still give Andy Reid the opportunity to throw his challenge flag, bearing in mind that the ref made a mistake? The challenge flag's just gone down. Yes. That is so wrong.
You nailed it, Vernon. You nailed it.
That is so wrong. Surely that's not fair. The referees made a mistake which prevented the Eagles from carrying on with the play. They knew it would be challenged. You would automatically say, just get on with it. So the referees have admitted their mistake, which has now given Andy Reid the opportunity to throw a challenge flag. Now, will the referees allow this challenge flag to stand? Because they made a mistake. The Eagles should have carried on with the drive.
Yeah, and Philadelphia, it was obviously in their best interest to get a play snapped as quickly as possible.
Kansas City is challenging the play.
Reid didn't look very frustrated, so he's getting the challenge in. We see it bounce off his helmet, then he gets it back, but guys, I think he never gets the left foot
Never gets
back
the
down.
left foot in, so it's not a catch. But that wasn't the issue at the time of the play. The issue was a substitution from the Kansas City defense, which the referees didn't notice. So what happens in the NFL? When the offense changes the system or changes the formation of the players, you have to allow the defense to compensate for those changes. The referees didn't notice that. The play continued. They then admitted their error, which then gave Andy Reid the opportunity to throw a challenge flag. So we're going back literally 2 plays.
Yep. Yeah. And they had a third and 14, and they converted it to Dallas Goedert for 22 yards to keep this drive going and to get into field goal range. They weren't in field goal range when Hurts threw that ball up. So, gentlemen, on this drive alone, we've had 2 massive potential call swings. One that went against Kansas City on the fumble return. If this play holds, I'd argue this one goes against Kansas City, and it keeps the Eagles' drive rolling, and they're sitting right there with a fresh set of downs in field goal range. It's a huge swing call coming here.
I think this will be tough to overturn because of the circumstances we just explained. I do think it will be tough to overturn because there is a slight bobble, but are the remnants of that left toe still down when he gains control as they're playing the slow-mo now? His foot is down when he has control still, and then picks up, and the right foot touches down before he goes out of bounds. So this is a tough call.
It depends if he's holding it against the helmet and then he brings it back into the body.
His foot's still down. No.
Now it's down.
This is tough.
But does he get the right one in? Like I'm looking at the left one getting it down.
The left one's down when he's bobbling, but is it still down when he retains control?
So watch the left hand come in and get control of the football there. The left foot is
still
down.
on the floor.
That's a catch. But I'm still confused as to the referees admitting a mistake which allowed Andy Reid to throw a challenge flag. That's just ridiculous.
After 7 replays in stadium.
Ridiculous. Anyway, you're listening to Super Bowl 57 live from the State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. An epic, epic contest so far. Greg Brady, Christian Scotland Williamson, and me, Vernon Kay, taking you into the early hours in the UK. Thanks for sticking with us. We do have a heck of a game ahead of us.
And a pivotal call here that will either force the Eagles to punt if it goes against them, or it'll give them a first down at about the Chiefs' 20, rather the 30-yard line.
Listen, fellas, we don't want a Super Bowl to end on a controversy like this, do we? We don't want this to be the story. And these things do play out. They are one of the narratives.
The receiver established control of the ball with his back foot down. He then took the second step. The ruling on the field stands. Kansas City will be charged.
Andy Reid giving some mock applause to the referees, and I get it. I get him feeling a little bit wrong by the process here anyway, but yeah, you guys spotted it, that foot coming down here. Reid's very upset on the Kansas City sidelines. This has been a very difficult drive to absorb, given that it looked like they'd scored a defensive touchdown. Then it looked like they got Philadelphia maybe off the field.
From the first angle we saw, it was definitely not a catch. But then when you realize the foot was down as the left hand was making contact with the football, it was a catch.
Drive keeps moving. Eagles keep charging. They're up 3 points. Super Bowl 57, 1st and 10 at the Kansas City 30. Jalen Hurts. He'll hand it off to Miles Sanders. And Sanders gets past one tackler, but not the next couple, and he's knocked out of bounds after a gain of 3 yards. 5:45 and counting to go in the third quarter.
I don't understand why Andy Reid wasn't charged a timeout for that failed challenge.
He should have been, yeah.
It's showing.
They've taken one off the board.
Have they taken off the board? Okay,
yeah.
It's not on the TV field. Okay.
So 2nd and 6 now for Philadelphia. Hurts stays in the shotgun. He's got Zach Pascal lined up almost as a tight end. Dallas Goedert lined up almost as a fullback. He's the one who made that amazing catch to keep the drive going. Hurts will hand it off to Sanders again. This is where we're seeing some more Miles Sanders, and Sanders pushes the pile, but not past the first down marker. He's about a yard short, so another third down scenario. The Eagles are 8 of 12 on converting third downs so far in this game, albeit many of them have been 3rd and 2s, 3rd and 3s, short yardage situations.
I think it's time for the rolling scrum, Christian, on 3rd down and 1. Are we going to see that formation? We've seen it basically 4 or 5 times. No. Miles Sanders is staying in the backfield.
Are they going to try and draw him offside potentially? Hard count, cadence?
Yeah, now Hurts is thinking a pitch play to Sanders. It's read well by the Kansas City Chiefs, and they stopped him short.
Wow.
So it's about a 4th and a full yard. Great read by Kansas City to spot that pitch play to Sanders.
Great reaction, because Jalen Hurts has gone from the gun up under center, and you'd expect them to play that scrum move where they just move the ball through the offensive line as they'll do now.
Now, here's what's bad news, is now the scrum play starts on a 4th and very short for Philadelphia. And they push the pile forward.
First down.
And Hurts has the first down by about a yard, and he got knocked down heavily on the response. Kansas City's getting pretty frustrated with this play, and it's continually moving the chains by just rushing the ball forward.
I'll tell you what, Greg, I like that play.
Yeah.
I really like that play, because you've got the guys, they start low. Christian, you know, because you've played rugby.
Yeah.
It's very, very similar to a rolling scrum. Everyone starts low, ends up high, but there's no way to defend against it. No way to defend against it, and every time they've tried it, they've succeeded in getting the first down.
It's just winning that shoulder height battle, and as soon as you get underneath the opposite man, you've won.
So 1st and 10 for Philadelphia, up by 3 points at the 19-yard line of the AFC champion Kansas City Chiefs. This is their 3rd Super Bowl in the last 4 seasons. Hurts back to throw. Runs to the sideline. He's going to make it a running play himself. Gets pushed out of bounds. Didn't get much there. In fact, he may have lost a yard. Kansas City did great in pass coverage to not give Jalen Hurts much to throw at.
Great deep coverage, too high shell, keeping the ball in front of them, which meant that compressed field, it means the defenders can rally on the ball a lot quicker. So Jalen Hurts being a bit more conservative, deciding to run with the ball instead of throwing it downfield into harm's way.
Tell you what, the Chiefs could benefit from some of the rugby scrums if only they'd roll the ball into the middle as opposed to it being in the arms of the Philadelphia center. They're like, we'll do the rugby scrum thing, but you got to give us a fair shot at getting the ball. Doesn't work for us the other way. 2nd and 11 from the Chiefs 20. Hurts back to throw. Throws it over the middle, and it looks like Dallas Goedert nearly had it, unable to pick it up, and they'll call it incomplete. And it's a 3rd and 11 now. So constantly the Chiefs are putting Philadelphia into third down scenarios, long, short, and in between. And they can really use a stop here and keep it a one-score game.
And this is tough because it's 3rd and 11, so expect the rush to come. It's red zone defense. The rush is coming, but now it's about the play design, play call to get the right matchup. Probably expect A.J. Brown to be bracketed, so where's the ball going to go? Potentially Dallas Goedert or the other side.
Quez Watkins is out to the far right. 3 receivers on the right side, 2 on the left. Empty backfield, so almost certainly Hurts is throwing it here. And we get another stoppage. The officials race in.
First charge timeout, Philadelphia.
And the Eagles and head coach Nick Sirianni want to talk about this particular play.
Interesting there, they move A.J. Brown inside, so that means he's going to be matched up with either a safety or a linebacker. So they're trying to make sure he doesn't get doubled by a corner and a safety and goes up inside to be matched up with a slower linebacker and potentially a safety to get a mismatch.
It's been a long wait again. Philadelphia using a lot of possession time. They've run this down to 2 minutes, 32 seconds to go in this third quarter. They've been taken to third down 14 times, and they've converted 9 of them. This is the 15th they're trying right here.
It's interesting what you were saying there, Greg, because as you mentioned, the time of possession for the Philadelphia Eagles on this drive, several members of the Kansas City Chiefs offensive unit are warming up. You know, they're trying to stay warm because the temperature's dropping here now in the stadium. It's got significantly cooler. And, you know, Christian, you know more than anyone what that can do to your muscles. As you get cooler, you need more stretching, more chance of a pull or a strain.
Eagles have to get to the 9-yard line. Same formation. They just called a timeout. We'll see what they came up with. Hurts back to throw, needs 11 yards, has the ball out, and it's caught by Gainwell, but he's knocked down at the 15-yard line. He's short of the first down, and Philadelphia will bring the field goal unit on. It's a big stop in the red zone by the Kansas City Chiefs defense.
Really interesting there. A.J. Brown frustrated because he knows he was lined up inside and manages to beat the man to the corner, and if the ball was leading him to that far left pylon, that could have been a touchdown.
So we saw the Chiefs miss a field goal earlier. Philadelphia has been flawless so far, just a 1-for-1 from Jake Elliott. And this will be a 34-yard field goal.
To give them a 6-point lead.
It's up and right through the middle.
I'll tell you what, Greg, this guy's unbelievable at kicking a field goal. Every single one that he's kicked has gone straight between the pipes.
They could take the posts in by about 5 feet each, and he's still going to make each one, isn't he?
The guy's unbelievable.
So let's summarize quickly the scoring in this game. Jalen Hurts, a 1-yard touchdown run. If you missed it, it was the very first drive of Super Bowl 57 here on BBC Radio 5 Live and BBC Sounds app. Travis Kelce, an 18-yard reception for Patrick Mahomes, tied the game. Then A.J. Brown, a beautiful pass pattern in which he ran from right to left across the field, 45 yards from Jalen Hurts. And then the Chiefs got a defensive touchdown. Nick Bolton, a 36-yard fumble recovery. Jalen Hurts, Eagles quarterback, ran it in for 4 yards out. Made it 21-14. Jake Elliott, a field goal. Under 2 minutes to go, gave Philadelphia a 10-point lead. And since then, Isaiah Pacheco, a 1-yard touchdown run. And we just saw Jake Elliott make a 33-yard field goal to give the Eagles a 27-21 lead. Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs coming back onto the field.
Yeah, Jalen Hurts becomes the first QB to score 2 rushing touchdowns in a Super Bowl since guess who?
Oh, boy. Russell Wilson.
Jim McMahon.
Jim McMahon.
Super Bowl 20.
I would never have got that one.
Woo! Boy, and such controversy after that, right? Because the late great Walter Payton didn't score a rushing touchdown. William the Refrigerator Perry has one, and they let him try and throw for a touchdown as well.
Yeah, I think...
like Walter's like, hello, I've been the face of the franchise for 18 years.
I know.
I'm right here. We're winning this game easily. Give me the ball.
Exactly, and on the Jumbotron here in the stadium, we see the all-female crew who did the flyover earlier on during the national anthem. That's the first time that we've had an all-female crew from the US Air Force take part in a Super Bowl flyby. Absolutely awesome. It was really impressive. But going back to Super Bowl 20, we spoke to Jim McMahon on a podcast, myself and our good friend Darren Fletcher, and he said that throughout his whole footballing career, obviously he did some silly things because Jim McMahon was the punk of the Chicago Bears, and his big feud with the then commissioner of the NFL, Pete Rozelle, made the headlines several times. But he said the one thing that he really, really regrets is not giving Walter Payton the opportunity to score a touchdown in that iconic Super Bowl 20, because like you said, Greg, Walter Payton was an icon of the game. He was once the leading rusher of the NFL and sadly passed away after his career ended.
So that last drive ties the record for the longest Super Bowl scoring drive, 17 plays, 60 yards. So I got to tell you again, an 11-yard touchdown drive, or 11-play touchdown drive, 12-play touchdown drive, and a 17-yard field goal drive, Christian.
Honestly, it's incredible. But the problem is this Chiefs offense has been on the sideline for most of the game. And so for them to establish a rhythm, and you feel like they have to score and come away with at least 3 points on this possession.
Yeah, but listen, they're not letting the Eagles get away. You know, it's still only a 6-point game. So regardless of how long the Eagles offense are on the field, Mahomes and the offense are coming on. They're scoring quickly. It's like, listen, you can have as much time as you want because we can score as quickly as we want to.
But the problem with that is the defense. The defense is on the field for a long time. And in the fourth quarter, when it's championship minutes, last 4 minutes of the game, those minutes in the legs will be telling when they start getting tired.
We mentioned that Super Bowl earlier on between the New England Patriots and the Atlanta Falcons. The Atlanta Falcons defense was absolutely gassed, Greg. That's one of the main reasons why Tom Brady and the offense managed to score so many points in such a short period of time.
So it's Mahomes and the Chiefs. They're down 6 points. 1:45 to go in the third quarter. It's hard to believe we get a fourth quarter after all this. Mahomes back to throw. Finds his man wide open. It's Travis Kelce. Kelce makes a cut and gets to about the 28-yard line. So not much there, but a gain of about 3 yards.
Great throw from Patrick Mahomes with Hassan Reddick coming into his area and managing to complete the pass.
It's almost a John Terry and Moscow-esque slip by Matt Elliott, the Eagles kicker, with far fewer consequences.
That's because it's not 5G and it's grass, Greg.
Then the Chelsea-Man United Champions League final in Moscow so many years ago. They eventually won. Pass play complete and a great catch there by Juju Smith-Schuster, who's been kind of quiet, but that'll liven his fans up. 9 yards for the former Pittsburgh Steeler, who was really such a key cog in the last several years of Ben Roethlisberger's Steelers run.
Nice guy, Christian.
Amazing. Does a lot for the community, real family man, and it's good to see him actually being able to play on this stage.
1st and 10, Kansas City, 36-yard line. The Chiefs trail by 6. Might get 2 more plays in this quarter. Let's see. Handoff goes to Pacheco, and the Eagles don't have too much of an answer. This is building Kansas City's confidence. Pacheco looks like he's got the first down. If not, he's just inches short.
Really interesting as well. You're not really seeing the Chiefs dial up any deep shots. They're just staying efficient, quick passes, screen game, run game, and relying on that, not putting too much pressure on Patrick Mahomes to load up and fire a bomb downfield.
10 seconds on a running clock. Mahomes will have to hustle a little bit to get one last play off before they switch ends and play the fourth quarter out. But he does, and it's another handoff. And again, it's Pacheco. He's impossible to take down. Gain of 13 yards and brings that all the way down into Philadelphia territory to about the 46-yard line. Into the third quarter. Vernon, the Chiefs are on the march, down 6 points, headed in our direction, but they'll send it the other way when the fourth quarter begins. But we've got a game.
Yeah, let's go to Dalton quickly for the news headlines.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Yeah, the BBC News on 5 Live. Detectives investigating the death of Brianna Jai at a park in Warrington have arrested 2 teenagers. The 16-year-old was found lying on a path with multiple stab wounds on Saturday. A boy and a girl, both aged 15 and from the local area, are being held in custody. The US has joined calls for humanitarian workers to be allowed to access areas of Syria badly hit by last week's earthquakes. The UN said that aid being transported from government-held parts of the country to areas controlled by opposition groups had been held up. The earthquakes have killed more than 33,000 people across Syria and Turkey. Debt charities are calling for more funding and support as they face a huge rise in clients struggling to manage their finances. Citizens Advice, Step Change and Christians Against Poverty have all reported record requests for help in January. And US officials say that they're unsure how 3 unidentified flying objects shot down in North American airspace were able to stay aloft. American fighter jets destroyed an octagonal object drifting over the state of Michigan yesterday. 2 other other objects were downed last week, as was a Chinese surveillance balloon. Now, back to live coverage of Super Bowl 57 at the State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. Here's Vernon.
Yeah, thank you, Don. So, this is it, boys. We are entering the fourth quarter of Super Bowl 57, and I know it's a cliche, but it all comes down to this. The Philadelphia Eagles have a 6-point lead as we start the 15-minute clock of Super Bowl 57 live on BBC Radio 5 Live. Greg Brady on comms with Christian Scott Williamson and myself, Vernon Kay, trying to sail this ship in a straight line. But I tell you what, there are so many twists and turns, Greg, so much to talk about. I think we've got this will become an iconic Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's headed that way. It's either Patrick Mahomes getting his second or falling to 1-2 in Super Bowls, the Chiefs losing a second straight Super Bowl, Andy Reid losing a third Super Bowl in his coaching career, and a win for a young coach, Nick Sirianni. There are not many young coaches as young as Nick Sirianni have won the Super Bowl previously. And I think both these two teams have been the model franchises. They've both been on a roll for so long. They've had such a good run just in the last half. I think it's rare you get a Super Bowl that both teams have won a Super Bowl within the last 5 years, but that's what we have in this game tonight.
Yeah, let's not forget, the Eagles won their Super Bowl with Nick Foles at quarterback. You know, no offense to Nick Foles, I know he's listening, but you know, he's not one of the kind of top-tier quarterbacks that you would list, that roll off the tip of your tongue when you come to Super Bowl winning quarterbacks, Christian.
No, not at all. You're seeing Jalen Hurts try and step up into the moment. It's about reducing errors in these championship minutes.
Mahomes out of the shotgun, 1st and 10, first play. Gets marked at the 44-yard line of the Eagles. First play of the fourth quarter. Mahomes back to pass. He's got good time. Finds a man over the middle, wide open. And easily getting a first down. Juju Smith-Schuster making his presence felt. A gain of 15 to the 29.
We were talking earlier on, Greg, when we were watching Patrick Mahomes warming up just in front of us. We were talking, Christian, as well, about his throwing style. He's not a kind of stand-in-the-pocket guy. And, you know, when you look at his mechanics, the football doesn't come over his shoulder and over his head as he launches it. It comes sideways, very similar to a baseball throw. And obviously his father, former professional baseball player.
It's 5 straight completions for Mahomes. He's found Kelsey a couple times. Smith-Schuster 2 times himself. And something on that play the referees didn't like. It's probably a false start. I think 2 men got into motion for Kansas City. We'll see if that's the case. Oh, it's an offside on Philly.
Wow. 5-yard penalty.
It was a little bit chaotic on the line, but I think you're going to see, number 94 for the Eagles. Josh Sweat makes his jump a little soon, and it gives Kansas City a free 5 yards. Down to the 25-yard line now. A field goal brings them within 3. A converted touchdown would give the Chiefs their first lead of the game. They're down 27-21. So back to the shotgun. Kadarius Toney is on the field, the wide receiver in the backfield. Now he goes out in motion. That seems to be where Mahomes wanted to go at first. Finds a man on the sideline, and it's caught. Pulled down by Smith-Schuster again. 3rd catch of this drive. First down, Kansas City.
Really interesting how they use Juju Smith-Schuster coming alive in this game. We didn't really hear his name called too much in the first half, but he's making the exact catches that they need, and also almost being used like a flex tight end to complement Travis Kelce.
A lot of confusion on that with Toney in the backfield, which Kansas City doesn't usually do, and they found Smith-Schuster a spot to get free from across the middle and towards the left sideline. 1st and 10 at the 12. The Chiefs are on the march. Mahomes from the shotgun finds a man over the middle, able to hang on to the catch with Smith-Schuster. Down at about the 9-yard line. 4 catches on the drive, but that one only for 3 yards, but it penetrates the 10-yard line. 2nd down and 7.
Hey, listen, how crazy is this? If the Kansas City Chiefs take the lead, this will be the first time since the 4th quarter of the Kansas City Chiefs' victory over the San Francisco 49ers that the Chiefs have led in a Super Bowl. How crazy is that?
Absolutely insane.
In 8 quarters. No, 11 quarters.
Yeah, this is number 12 starting right now with the third Super Bowl that Mahomes era. Mahomes hands it off. They get a misdirection, and a lot of the Eagles buy it. Jerick McKinnon gets to the sideline, close to the 5-yard line. So they're right down there, and this is another scenario. Sorry to interrupt. They can get a first down without scoring, Christian. 3rd and 3 at the 5-yard line. They need to get to the 2. They don't have to get it to the end zone.
In this situation, the field is condensed, and what they're doing so well is disguising the run play. They've got 2 different players going coast to coast across the play, and now they don't know where the defense is going to end up.
Massive play for Kansas City. They'll line Kelsey out on the right side. Valdez-Scantling in motion. Mahomes, that's where he wants to go, and he's wide open! And he struts into the end zone. Kansas City to Kadarius Toney, who was wide open. It's like he was a ghost on the field until the very moment the play got snapped. The Chiefs will kick an extra point that will give them the lead in Super Bowl 57. It took till 12 minutes and 4 seconds to take their first lead of the 4th quarter. So they've been playing from behind or tied for 47 minutes until this moment.
I'll tell you what. Sorry, go on, Christian.
This is Andy Reid's genius. They disguise the play. They send Kadarius Toney in motion where previously he'd gone coast to coast. Darius Slay thinks he's going all the way over. Missed assignment, blown coverage, touchdown.
Extra point just inside the right goalpost, but it counts. And the Chiefs, 28. The Eagles, 27. Jalen Hurts and the Eagles will get the ball back with 12:04 to go. And we've got the back-and-forth shootout so many people predicted coming into Super Bowl 57.
Yeah, Kadarius Toney absolutely sold the inside run there with the motion. Went about 5 yards, planted his foot, turned around. The defensive back that was covering him went with the motion, and then he was free in the far right corner. Absolutely brilliant. It was one of those that you could see from our standpoint, our point of view, just studying like, he was wide open.
How about Mahomes, guys? He was 8 of 13 in the second, late in the second quarter when he was injured. He's 9 for 9 in this second half. He hasn't missed, not once.
Yeah, and we were worried, weren't we, about that ankle that he rolled again. He was in excruciating pain. Chad Henne, the backup quarterback, was warming up. It looked like he was going to come on and play. Obviously, a slice of orange and a cold, wet sponge at halftime have made sure that his ankle is all right. Now then, the onus of this game now is on the Philadelphia Eagles. They've had a few penalties go their way, a couple of stop-start drives. But now this is where they really need to knuckle down, and I think Jalen Hurts, that leadership that you talked about at the top of the show, Christian, really has to come into play.
They haven't had to come from behind too many times this season, so this is where the championship character will come to the fore, and you'll find out what this team is made up. Do the Eagles rely on Jalen Hurts to be that talismanic leader who has all of those intangible qualities we've been speaking about in the build-up all week? This is when it matters.
Look at so many of these recent playoff games also, guys, for Kansas City. I mean, 23-20, they beat the Bengals. 27-20, they beat the Jags. They lost to the Bengals last year, 27-24. They beat Buffalo the week before in that classic, 42-36 in overtime. So Patrick Mahomes doesn't put himself into these close games. He'd rather win by 25 points, I'm sure, but he just knows how to get these things done. Kansas City has been in so many of these tight playoff games, and Philadelphia, like we said earlier, this is new for them this season.
Well, the trophy up for grabs is called the Vince Lombardi Trophy, and I think it was Vince Lombardi himself who said there are no pictures on the scoreboard.
So the Eagles to get the ball back. They're down a point, 28-27 for the Kansas City Chiefs. They're looking for their 3rd franchise Super Bowl. They lost Super Bowl I. Probably wasn't even called that then. $6 got you into the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum to watch the Green Bay Packers play the Kansas City Chiefs from the AFL, and they didn't even sell the game out. The cheapest ticket burn I saw today, 2 hours before the game on StubHub, $4,800 US.
Wow.
So that's not $6 from 57 years ago.
Wow.
Inflation hasn't gone up that much, I don't think.
And to think that game wasn't even a sellout. I mean, you see some pictures of it, and what they had to do, the broadcast network that was covering it, they had to squeeze the shots tighter. So when you watch it, there are very, very few wide shots of that game.
A 35-10 win for Green Bay. The Chiefs won Super Bowl IV and then didn't come back for close to 35 years to the Super Bowl. And this, as we mentioned a bunch of times, is their 3rd in the last 4 seasons. Philadelphia, almost the same thing. They went in 1981, lost to the Oakland Raiders when they were quarterbacked by Jim Plunkett in January of 1981, and then weren't back again until 2005, a 24-year absence from the Super Bowl. So, you know, Browns, Lions, Dolphins fans, Bills fans, take heart. You know, you got to wait a few decades sometimes. For the Lions and Browns, it's been 6 decades, but who's counting?
Ouch.
Minnesota Vikings would like to get back there sometime also. Jalen Hurts under big pressure on the first play offensively, and a great catch by Goddard. Boy, wherever the ball is thrown, wherever it's near Dallas Goedert's hands, he's going to pull it in. What a catch.
He's having a great game, Greg. And, like, what a catch. And all credit to Jalen Hurts. He is dropping the football in the palms of his hands.
And he's not scared to throw into coverage as well because he's backing his receivers. Dallas Goedert just comes up and mosses that defender and comes away with a big catch.
All that work because Hurts threw it from so far behind the line of scrimmage, it only got 4 yards. Pass play itself was probably 11 or 12, but Hurts was way back towards his own end zone when he finally unleashed it. So it's a second down. Hurts fakes the handoff, wants to throw it out, finds a man in coverage, but he pulls it in. And it's a good catch there by Zach Pascal, who's had a catch in each quarter. One in the first, one in the second, and now actually one in the fourth, so he's had 3 catches on the game so far.
These are the moments where you'd actually like to see the Eagles stay calm and actually still back the run game instead of just forcing Jalen Hurts to throw on early downs and then putting him in these situations where it's 3rd and short and you have to convert.
It's been 2 4-yard pass plays, so Philadelphia has a 3rd and 2, and Hurts is in the shotgun. They're not going in that sort of rugby scrum, move it forward. We'll see if it's a run play option for Hurts here. He's under some big-time blitz pressure. Chased around to the sideline. He's got to throw it. Does he have a man way out of bounds? He was gunning for Devontae Smith, but Smith had to come a long way back. And the Eagles, I don't love that play call on 3rd and 2, guys. Running up the middle, you've got Miles Sanders, dump it off, but unless it was an absolute broken play, Hurts shouldn't have been scrambling for his life on a 3rd and 2.
It looked like a pull play to the right where they pulled 2 of the offensive line, the offensive lineman and the tight end from the left side to the right, which left the backside edge rusher free to give pressure to Jalen Hurts and then ultimately incompletion.
So the Chiefs get a 3 and out on Philadelphia in the 4th quarter, just after they took the lead. And a bit of a poor punt. He's got to reach down and make a shoestring catch, but Kadarius Toney, the touchdown scorer, able to do it. And now he's got some blockers along the right sideline. Gets to the 40-yard line, the 30-yard line.
He's going all the way.
To the field. He's at the 10. Can he stay in? And he might have stepped out of bounds. It's the punter that comes back. That's incredible. The punter comes back, Sippos, and makes a tackle, but the Chiefs have the ball at about the 6-yard line of Philadelphia. Kadarius Toney, the hero of the 4th quarter, the touchdown catch, and now a massive punt return.
You feel like the Eagles thought that the punt was going to go left, and then the punter actually kicked it right, which meant the coverage wasn't there, but there were no Chiefs special teams units there, and it's just Kadarius Toney making a play on his own.
And I know you gave a bit of an audible groan because the punt was so poor, but the Eagles would have been thrilled if the ball had just bounced and sat right there. Look at the trouble they're in right now. 1st and 10, Kansas City, off a punt return that was 68 yards for Kadarius Toney. The handoff and nothing doing, maybe a half-yard gain forward for Isaiah Pacheco.
It's crazy that the punter has one job. Kick the ball as far as you can down the field, and it looked like it came off the side of his foot because it usually when punters kick it you get that iconic spiral, very similar to when a quarterback throws it, but they do it with their feet. That was an absolute shank.
But when you botch your punt, the coverage should be tighter than it's both ways, right? The punter can look and go, I can't kick it any closer to where the coverage is.
Yeah.
And also,
oh look, the Kansas City Chiefs are doing that Ringa Ringa Roses play that we've seen before.
2nd and goal, Kansas City. Mahomes calling for it. He's going to throw the ball from the pocket. Looking to the end zone, he'll throw it away. There was just one Chief receiver in the end zone, partially open. It was Justin Watson. But then all of a sudden he was double covered. So it's 3rd and goal here. Boy, you get this close, you really don't want to settle for 3. You really don't.
You feel like the Eagles might have to send the house up front and then just hold on for dear life and hope that they can come away with just conceding a field goal here.
Well, it's interesting. Do you do it knowing Mahomes really can't run out of the pocket very easily also? It's a 3rd and goal. The ball is just inside the 5-yard line. Chiefs are up by a point. 9:26 to go.
Oh!
And Mahomes, wide open, touchdown, Kansas City, Sky Moore. And I'll tell you an interesting call here, guys. Do you go for 2 and make it a 9-point game? I'd do that. They're up by 7. Go for 2 here and stick the knife in if you can.
With 9:22 to play, you got Patrick Mahomes at quarter. No, they're going for 1.
I don't get that. It makes it an 8-point game. I get it. But you can really put the pressure on Philadelphia. You got Patrick Mahomes from 2 yards out. Either way, it's a nice problem to have. You just scored and put the Eagles way under pressure to score offensively on the next drive.
The one thing we haven't heard anyone speak about all week is special teams. And that could be the decisive factor of this game.
Kick goes up and kick goes through. Harrison Butker makes it an 8-point game for Kansas City. What a hero Kadarius Toney is in this fourth quarter. A touchdown catch and then a punt return, 68 yards that took it down to the Philadelphia 5-yard line. And from 21 down, the Chiefs have responded with 14 straight unanswered points.
Mahomes is limping like crazy. He's just run out once again and congratulated his special teams unit, but he is limping. This ankle is still an issue for Patrick Mahomes, but obviously scoreline tells a story. It's not stopping Patrick Mahomes doing Patrick Mahomes' thing. And we've noticed now on a couple of plays where the receiver of the scoring touchdown has been wide open, Christian. They're running some beautiful plays which are really confusing the Philadelphia Eagles defensive backfield.
Some blown assignments, and you do wonder the impact of Vic Fangio. Was that potentially adding too much detail where now they're confused and suddenly blowing coverages, leaving men wide open in the area of the field where you just can't afford to do that, and that's in the red zone.
Yeah, really good point. This is BBC Radio 5 Live. Vernon Kay, Greg Brady, Christian Scotland Williamson in State Farm Stadium for Super Bowl 57. We're going to be here till the very, very end, and then we will hand over to London to continue the broadcast. Dotton coming up at the end of the show. He's watching on his monitor, listening closely. We have a game on our hands.
We have a game,
absolutely
and
fantastic.
A lot of pressure on the Philadelphia Eagles. It's been a great week in Arizona. The next Super Bowl, rather unique one, the first ever in Las Vegas, Nevada. You probably never thought you'd see a Super Bowl in Las Vegas, but we never thought we'd see an NFL franchise in Las Vegas. The Raiders moved there 2 seasons ago, started playing at Allegiant Stadium, leaving Oakland behind. And they'll get to be the host team for the Super Bowl, and then back to New Orleans, where it hasn't been since, I only remember them via halftime. It's the Beyonce Super Bowl. That's the night when the lights went out as well with the 49ers and the Ravens. That's Colin Kaepernick at quarterback for San Francisco. That's a long time ago. They'll go back to the Superdome in February of 2025. And after that, we don't know. Just those two have been scheduled so far.
All right, guys, what have the Eagles got to do? Simple as that. It's a big question. Needs a big answer, Christian.
Well, I'm disappointed that they came out and made Jalen Hurts throw early in the last possession. I think that's why they're in this hole now. So do you still back the run game, or do you say, okay, Jalen Hurts, go win us the game? That's the problem, because we saw last drive, it didn't really work for them. Now the pressure's on. You're in a hole. It was only 1-point deficit last time. I don't really know. I don't really know where the answers come from unless it's a magic play. But the Kansas City Chiefs defense is coming up with some answers.
We've just seen Adele on the big screen, on the Jumbotron here in the stadium. She got a huge reception. And it's amazing that the tide has turned in the stadium. The Chiefs fans, only I'd say 40% Chiefs fans, maybe. They are making a lot of noise at the moment. These fans from Philly who are, stereotypically very, very, very vocal. They get a bit rowdy. They've been silenced by Patrick Mahomes and this Kansas City offense.
9 completions in his last 9 attempts for Mahomes, and a little less consistent for Jalen Hurts here in this second half.
Sky Moore, first career touchdown in the Super Bowl for a go-ahead touchdown that could potentially be the decider. That is a hell of a time to pick up your first time.
Ken, if you're the Eagles linebackers, you do not want to figure out who was supposed to move to the right side of the field for Sky Moore there. And nobody picked him up. None of the secondary picked him up either. So, 75 yards away from a tie game, potentially. They'd need a 2-point conversion also. So let's see what the Eagles have here. Miles Sanders on the handoff and bullies his way forward for about 5 yards to the 30-yard line. Clock's not a factor, not just yet, but it sure would be if Philadelphia had to give the ball away here and give it back to Kansas City. Nothing's 4-down territory yet, but we're getting just past the 9-minute mark of the game.
Well, Greg, if that were to happen, the way the Chiefs are steamrolling the Philadelphia defense, that's an issue.
2nd and 5 now for Philadelphia. Hurts has A.J. Brown wide on the left side. Devontae Smith, maybe the best 1-2 wide-out punch in the sport. Will they factor into this particular drive? Eagles down 8. Hurts will hand off out of the shotgun, give it to Sanders again, and he gets about 4 yards. A little less than he got last time, but it sets up, you guessed it, another 3rd and short for Philadelphia. It feels like they've been in this territory all day. They just gave up the ball on a 3rd and 2 play that went awry, and Kansas City punched it into the end zone as a result.
This is where being clinical, precision, not letting the moment get to you matters the most. And again, they turn to the scrum to pick up the yards. Have they done it?
Yeah.
Push the power forward.
Done it again.
I think they got it.
It might be your mate Jordan that came up with that play.
I wouldn't be surprised.
And said, listen, guys, this is what we do in rugby.
He absolutely loves it. But you've seen them go to it so many times tonight. It's a real weapon for them.
There was a big push there as well from Jason Kelsey, who's been in this league for 14 seasons. Andy Reid drafted him as Philadelphia Eagles head coach back in 2011. And now Andy obviously coaches his brother. It's the first time 2 brothers have ever played against each other in the Super Bowl. 1st and 10 for Philadelphia. They got 10 yards exactly on those first 3 plays. Hurts back to pass, going to scramble out of trouble. Does he want to keep it himself? He does. And the Chiefs, knowing what happened to Patrick Mahomes last week from Cincinnati's defenders, let Jalen Hurts go untouched out of bounds. It's a smart thing to do. You do not want an unnecessary roughness penalty this late in the game.
Do you know what? I think we should mention the defensive backfield of the Kansas City Chiefs, because they're not giving Jalen Hurts any opportunity to release the football. You know, he's checking down and he's not getting the opportunity to fire it to a wide-open receiver.
It's a great point. He hasn't been able to go deep really at all with any consistency in this second half. Hurts on a 2nd and 10 play. Finds a man caught by A.J. Brown, and he gets to about the 41-yard line. It's about 6 yards. Again, another 3rd and short coming, but won't be a rugby scrum here. This will be about a 3rd and 4, and an important one for Philadelphia. Now you're eyeing the clock a little bit more. I've noticed myself glance at it twice. It keeps ticking, Christian. 6:20, 6:19, 6:18.
We were speaking earlier about the amount of time of possession, but that actually might be a hindrance now, where they take so long to march up the field and score. They're playing into Kansas City's hands, where a PAT doesn't do it for them.
No, and Jalen Hurts back to pass. Finds a man over the middle, caught and complete into Kansas City territory. And it's A.J. Brown with his 4th catch of the game. 12-yard gain. And the Eagles might want to hustle it up, because you're right. You don't want to give Mahomes the ball back, but if you don't get the 2-point conversion after you score, you need to get a stop. An onside kick's not very likely. Chains move, 1st and 10 from the 47. And Hurts will go deep. It's caught! It's caught at the 3-yard line.
That's all about football smarts. You've got to stay in bounds. He went out of bounds at like the 3-yard line.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's body control. He was drifting early.
He's in bounds, but Smith just fell outside of the
so
one.
Close.
Yeah, it's just, you're right. It's where his hips were turned. Now 1st and goal from the 3-yard line. The push forward for Philadelphia is Hurts hit himself. Looks pretty close. No signal there.
Yeah, touchdown.
Touchdown. Game on.
Philadelphia.
Game on. Okay, got to go for 2 now. This is about play design, short field, and scheming up something. Will it be a design QB run we've seen so many times before, and they're going to push behind that offensive line? I don't think you put it in the air on this play.
The 3rd rushing touchdown from Jalen Hurts. The most, I think, yes, the most of any quarterback in Super Bowl history. 3 rushing TDs from the Philadelphia Eagles quarterback, Jalen Hurts. If they win, that's a nailed-on MVP right there.
Yep. Well, this play means everything right here.
It's huge.
The Eagles have to get in. If they get in from 2 yards out, they get the 2 points to tie the game. It's 35-33. Hurts has his wide receivers lined up on the left side. And now Brown will go out to the right. Hurts calls for the ball. He's going to hold it himself. And he's got blocking. And he's in! He just gets in. After the initial contact, he bounced off across the line. Tie game.
Told you, design QB run. You don't want to throw it in that situation where the game's on the line. You want to go to what's been tried and tested for you all season. Tie ball game, 5 minutes, 15 seconds to go. This has ended up being the shootout we expected. In the first quarter, I said this could end up going to 40 points, and it looks like it might.
I'll tell you guys what, Jalen Hurts ran about 20 yards to get 2 right there, though. He had to do a lot of horizontal running before he could go vertical there.
I was doing some work for the NFL UK office in downtown Scottsdale yesterday, and we were out vox popping. It's called Voice of the People, where you go and ask questions to people on the streets, and we asked them for their score predictions. And we chatted to about, I'd say, 24, maybe 30 people. Only 4 said that the score would be anything over 35 points apiece.
Does this fall into a classic territory for a Super Bowl? One to remember, one for the decade?
Well, look, we've had 70 points be put on the board. I mean, you know, the highlight reel is going to take forever. There's the story of Patrick Mahomes re-rolling his ankle. There's the story of the stupid penalties that have been given away by the Philadelphia Eagles. There's the muff punt, well, not a muff punt, but the shank by the punter, and then the coverage, and then Patrick Mahomes running it down there again. There are so many different narratives to this game.
And worth probably bringing up the O word, just the one overtime Super Bowl, New England and Atlanta. Several years ago, after the Falcons were up 28-3, the Patriots won that in overtime by a count of 34-28. New England almost went to overtime with St. Louis in Tom Brady and Bill Belichick's first Super Bowl, but Adam Vinatieri with a last-minute field goal in regulation. We're not there yet, but this is such a chess match because the Chiefs want to score. Clearly they do. But they also, A, don't want to score too fast, and B, if they don't score, they don't want too much time on the clock for Jalen Hurts and the Eagles.
Greg, it's going to need a defense to step up.
Yep.
That's what's got to happen. One of these defenses has to stop. They need a 3 and out. They need to get their offense on the field. They need to prevent one of these offenses from driving down the field. And I tell you what, as American football games go, it's been a beautiful thing watching the offensive parts of these teams drive the football down and score.
Yep.
You know, it's been really, really, really enjoyable watching them do what they're supposed to do.
And I feel like the defense that needs to step up is the Eagles defense. They've been found wanting so many times, missed coverages, blown assignments in the red zone, and they can't afford for this to happen. I think Andy Reid's done a great job of neutralizing that pass rush by establishing the run game, and we'll see 5 minutes to go. The Chiefs can run down the clock, so then the Eagles have no time to go the length of the field. So potentially, would a field goal do?
I've just seen Ben Stiller on the Jumbotron, and it's not Ben Stiller that I'm going to point out. Listeners to BBC Radio 1 when I was there in the early noughties, he sat next to Zane Lowe, who used to do the evening show on BBC Radio 1, who's now one of the heads of Apple Music. Zane, you've come a long way, baby. We used to do back-to-back DJ sets at BBC Radio 1's Big Weekend. I'm here commentating on BBC Radio 5 Live. He sat on the 50 with Ben Stiller. Hilarious.
He'd rather be up here.
Absolutely, Greg.
Okay. Well, we'll make it unanimous. 35-35, 5:15 to go. Ball goes through the end zone. Chiefs will get the ball at their own 25-yard line. What a game. Neither team's led by more than 10 points, and the Chiefs led only briefly. And I'll bring it up again. If I'm Andy Reid and I go for 2, I've still got the lead right now.
Yep.
And he didn't do it.
5 minutes left. I think this comes down to turnovers and mistakes.
Mahomes under center in the shotgun to his right. Isaiah Pacheco, the running back. And the ball gets handed off, and Pacheco gets up to the 28-yard line. Running clock, just over 5 minutes to go. Speaking of 5 minutes, we're 5 minutes away from 3 a.m. in the UK. So glad you're with us and you've stayed up. And I think we also realize some people are waking up with us who may have anticipated catching the end of the Super Bowl. And if so, you're getting a classic, 35-35 in the fourth quarter, Chiefs and Eagles. Mahomes discussing perhaps a play change with Isaiah Pacheco, who's been brilliant at running back for Kansas City. Mahomes to throw. Finds a man on the right sideline. Easily caught by Juju Smith-Schuster, who had no catches in the first half. That's his 6th of the second half for the first down.
Yeah, Juju become the go-to man for Patrick Mahomes, and always wide open. I can't figure out what's going on with the defensive back play calling. Christian, because they've got so many players wide open, the Chiefs.
I feel like they're playing a drop zone and having 2 to 4 deep, which is leaving the flats on the edges open.
So 1st and 10 of the 38, 4.5 minutes to go. The handoff goes to Pacheco. He makes a cut past a couple players. Took a big hit, hung onto the ball. Philadelphia's C.J. Gardner-Johnson, a big free agent signing last year. Got him and got him good. There's no flag down, but the Chiefs players had arms up in the air wanting it.
No, there's no flag there.
No flag there, it's fine. It's a helmet right to the midsection, but he didn't hit him up high.
Yeah,
just a good body hit.
For those UK veterans of American football who are still listening, it's very similar to the classic Ronnie Lott hit on Ickey Woods when the San Francisco 49ers took on the Cincinnati Bengals, and that was a game changer because it made people realize that Ickey Woods was the stud running back of that time, and Ronnie Lott just absolutely laid him out. But I tell you what, Pacheco came out early on in the game and he is jacked. He is so amped that he's going to take a breather. He'll come back on the field.
Just needs to catch his breath, probably winded with a helmet to the rib cage, as anyone would be with that much speed coming downhill.
Yeah, he'll be back. He's made his way to the sideline, getting some water or Gatorade on the bench. Just to note, Jalen Hurts and those 3 touchdowns, that ties the record with Terrell Davis for most touchdowns in a Super Bowl. Davis had 3 when the Broncos got John Elway that first iconic Super Bowl win against the Green Bay Packers. So pretty incredible company to be in with Terrell Davis for the 3rd-year Eagles quarterback.
Was that the this one's for John or this one's for Pat Super Bowl?
I think it's the just one's for John. They beat Atlanta the next year. That's a great question because Elway retired after the Atlanta game, but I think it's the Green Bay game when he did the helicopter spin when he was knocked out of bounds.
Yeah.
That was a big, Green Bay was big-time favorite in that game. They were defending champions. They beat New England the year before. And changed, I don't know if they've changed our thoughts on John Elway, but he certainly added to the resume. It helped to have those 2 Super Bowls at the end of his career after losing 3 Super Bowls during the 80s and 90s.
So, this is where we're at. 2nd and 8, ball on the 40 of the Kansas City Chiefs. There's 4 minutes and 22 seconds remaining of the game. Philadelphia Eagles have 35 points. Kansas City Chiefs have 35 points. I know it's a cliche. It's all to play for. The atmosphere is electric. The sun has set. It's dark outside. But the fans are absolutely loving it right now.
And worth explaining the overtime rules. They differ in the playoffs in the regular season. The team that scores first, if they score in the first possession and score a touchdown, they have to kick an extra point because the other team is allowed to get the ball in the playoffs and try and match the score, and after that, it's the next score wins. But they don't play a full quarter, and you can't just win by kicking a field goal on your first possession. The game would continue if that was the case. We don't know that we're getting to overtime, but we might as well prime the room with a 35-35 tie here. 4:22 to go. The Eagles probably would take overtime right now, given Patrick Mahomes is the one on the field with the football. 2nd and 8 from the Chiefs 40 after a long injury delay. In for Pacheco is Jerick McKinnon. Mahomes wants to throw it. He finds Travis Kelce, and Kelce up near that first down marker at about the 48-yard line. I think he's got it. We'll
Travis
see on
Kelce's been quite quiet this half, Greg.
Yeah, he has. I think that's his 7th catch, but after the touchdown catch, most of them have been rather pedestrian. They moved the chains a couple times with him. 3rd and 1, so they call him short. And this would be an ideal scenario for Mahomes to sneak, but I don't know what kind of shape that ankle is in to do so. He'll go under center with a running back in the backfield. He'll hand to McKinnon. McKinnon's got a lot of room down the left sideline, and a beautiful tackle. He was the only one that could stop him, C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And Vernon, if he misses that tackle, it's an easy touchdown. Kansas City has the lead.
Yeah, straight down the sideline. And we talked about Pacheco and that injury, that hit that he took. Obviously, it just winded him, Christian. Yep. Went to the sideline, took a breath, had a drink, paced up and down a bit. Very angry young man. And that was an awesome sweep down the left side.
Oh, great play call.
Really good open field tackle. I mean, that's stuff that you practice day in, day out.
Helmet right on Pacheco's hips from Gardner-Johnson. But a first down nonetheless at the 44-yard line of Philadelphia. We have a tie game. 2:55 and counting to go. Mahomes back to pass, has good protection, wants to scramble out, and he's got the whole field in front of him. One man to beat and one man able to tackle him.
That answers the question of the ankle. Oh, no, The ankle is fine, but he's just got up limping a little bit. That was a huge run from Patrick Mahomes. I don't think it was a schemed run, but he saw a massive gap in front of him and just went for it. And I've no doubt that he is wincing right now because he was thundering down the field.
They'll call it, it's about a 26-yard gain, but he really ran about 36 yards because he's about 10 yards behind the line of scrimmage when he started his run.
And you have to think that the Eagles defense didn't put a QB spy because they didn't expect him to run.
Now they've got to get a play off here. The play clock's at 6 seconds, 2:10 to go before the 2-minute warning, so they do need to snap it here. They wouldn't want to otherwise. And it's handed off up the middle. Isaiah Pacheco again gets it to the 14-yard line. So what drama in Glendale, Arizona. The Chiefs are banging on the Eagles' end zone, 14 yards out, a tie game, and there's 2 minutes to go. Now, I'm not a let him score proponent, not yet, but if the Chiefs get the ball with about a minute to go and they're inside the 10, you let them into the end zone. I don't know what choice you have, Vern. Or you're giving up a chip shot field goal to end the game. Philadelphia's got to think about starting to use their timeouts, too, right after this play.
Yeah, 2 minutes to go. Super Bowl 57. Yeah, it's the million-dollar question, though, isn't it, Greg? You know, can you rely on your offense to score if you do give up 6 points and then would you go for 2 if you scored now? No. You have to. No?
No, I wouldn't now. No, because then Philadelphia could potentially go down the field. I think the math now works that you just kick the extra point. And we see the kicker for the Chiefs, Harrison Butker, working up on the sidelines just in case he's got a chip shot field goal ready to line up. I mean, the Eagles, remember they took a timeout, and they took a timeout on offense on 3rd and 11. You don't love doing that, but they thought it was such an important time. And remember after that, they came up with the great pass play to the tight end, Goddard. And that's the one that was controversial as to whether he stayed in bounds or not. But I don't know what you do if you're the Eagles here with defensive strategy. Christian, your thoughts?
Situational football is tough because, as you said, a field goal ices the game. It's done. If they run down the clock, then you've got no chance to possess the ball. But they've taken so long to march down the field. I'm not sure that even if they had a minute and 30 seconds on the clock, they'd be able to make much progress.
But the worst thing that could happen is the Chiefs to take 3 plays, force you to take your timeouts, and then just sit on the ball at the 3-yard line. Like, you're better off. If Kansas City's going to score a touchdown, you want it to be, if you're an Eagles fan, because the Eagles players don't want to let them in on the first play. If you're an Eagles fan, you want them to score quickly, and you want the ball back in your MVP candidate Jalen Hurts' hands with at least a timeout left. There's only the 2 timeouts left, and I'd be surprised if Philly doesn't take one right away after this first Kansas City play.
I've been quite surprised about the Eagles' defense. They haven't really done much today. There's been no headlines, no pass rush, no sacks. The big question was this Eagles defensive line being able to rush the passer, and it's been nullified completely today. And even with Patrick Mahomes on a bum ankle, they've not really been able to get to him.
I don't know that he's an MVP candidate, Vernon, but you brought up something so astute about how poorly Kansas City ran the ball against Cincinnati. And Isaiah Pacheco has just come to play today. And 76 yards on the ground. He's given Patrick Mahomes pass protection as well when Mahomes has dropped back to pass. I've noticed that a few times. You'd think Travis Kelce, you're not going to. Mahomes has 3 touchdown passes, and he might end up with a 4th here. But Pacheco's been vital to this team staying in this game.
100%. I totally agree. And, people would say, oh, but Patrick Mahomes is the quarterback. I don't think he's done an MVP performance, Patrick Mahomes. He's kept them in the game, yes. That's why it's 35-35. But Pacheco is a great shout for MVP. Should the Kansas City Chiefs win. Let's see what's going to happen.
2nd and 7 from the Eagles' 15. Mahomes in the shotgun at his about 5 yards behind. Gets a really low snap. Wants to dump it off. Does so to Smith-Schuster, and he doesn't get much. In fact, I don't think he got back to the line of scrimmage.
Philadelphia.
The Eagles called their second timeout. They have 1 remaining. That play only took 6 seconds off the clock. So the hope here, Christian, at 3rd and 8 at the 16, stop him, make the field goal unit come on, and then you got about a minute and a half to play with to maybe tie the game or win it with a touchdown.
This is where discipline and knowing your assignment comes into play, because we've seen them in this situation before. Blow assignments, blow coverages, and the Chiefs' offensive player just walked into the end zone. So who are you doubling in this situation? Are you going to sit in a zone and keep the ball in front of you so you can stay disciplined? But if you play zone against Patrick Mahomes, he's seen it all before, he's going to fillet you.
The best play outcome for the Eagles is a stop, but the second best is probably a Chiefs touchdown. The worst thing that can happen is a first down that takes the ball down to about the 3 or 4 yard line. It really is. 3rd and 8 for Mahomes. They have to get to the 8-yard line of Philadelphia. Another low snap. Not a great job there. Mahomes back to throw towards the end zone.
Pass interference, flag on the play, Greg.
But Juju Smith-Schuster was interfered with, and the flag goes down. And now the Chiefs likely have the ball first and goal at the 1-yard line, which may make the decision for the Eagles to allow them to score easier. But the Chiefs don't have to score.
Prior to the pass, holding, number 24, defense.
So they got him at the line of scrimmage before the ball went up in the air. James Bradbury is who the call is on, the Eagles cornerback. He's got Smith-Schuster tied up. The arms on the side. It's not much for me. Not in a tie game that late.
He grabbed the shirt, though.
Yeah.
Grab the shirt. That's always going to get the referee's attention. Grab the shirt, change the direction of the wide receiver. There's a flag definitely coming in.
So that's quite a bad outcome because the Chiefs field goal unit would have had to come on the field there. 1st and 10 from the 10-yard line. The first down marker is just outside the goal line. Handoff goes to McKinnon. Eagles are going to let him score. Oh, he slid down at the 1-yard line, out of bounds. Brilliant. And Travis Kelce telling him that's the right thing to do. Remnants of the Giants-Patriots Super Bowl when the Giants were not, Ahmad Bradshaw scored, and his teammates were telling him not to, but he rolled into the end zone anyway. And he gave Tom Brady the ball back. I don't know what you do now if you're Philadelphia. You're in big trouble here with the clock.
Philadelphia.
That's a high IQ play. Half a yard in front of the end zone. You make sure that the Eagles don't get the ball back to drive down the field and even have a sniff of getting the ball back.
Boy, I don't love the Smith-Schuster call.
No.
A hold's a hold, I guess.
But it's barely a hold.
It's barely a hold.
I think if you look at the angle that the referee was in, he's in a trail position, so he's looking at it face on. He doesn't know how much contact there is. He just sees the arm in that area. So that's a tough way to end the game.
The Eagles are out of timeouts, and it's a 2nd down play now for Kansas City. They may just take a knee right here. There's no motivation to score a touchdown, given how much they trust their field goal kicker, Harrison Butker. And Mahomes will take a knee, be touched up at the 8-yard line, and the clock's going to run painfully for the entire city of Philadelphia and every Eagles fan here in Arizona. And that Eagles bench is all together, almost all in one area down by about the 30-yard line. Some scattered players here and there, but they're as close as they can get to the action. They'll have to snap the ball again with about 55 seconds left, unless they take their own timeout here on 3rd down. Andy Reid's got to be careful here. You did this for a reason. You stopped at the 1-yard line, so you still can't leave Philadelphia a decent amount of time on the clock.
Second charge timeout, Kansas City. A 30-second timeout.
So the Chiefs do call that timeout. We predicted. It's about a 24-yard field goal, Vernon. Just a chip shot for Harrison Butker that may end Super Bowl 57. The only question is how much time will be left on the clock for Philadelphia.
Yeah, the Chiefs have got 1 timeout remaining. It's 3rd and 7. So I assume that they're going to run around and take a knee again, Greg?
They're out of timeouts.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Kansas City's got the 1 left on their side.
Oh, yeah.
But the point's made. It's really problematic. It's really problematic here. Mahomes is just going to take a knee, and they'll get a fresh play clock. His knee goes down at 51 seconds. And this kick is going to come with about 10 seconds to go in the 4th quarter. They've done this brilliantly. And by not scoring, kept the ball into Jalen Hurts' hands, who has 3 rushing touchdowns on the day.
Yeah.
It feels anticlimactic, and the kick's not through yet, but I think we wanted to see Philadelphia mount a response to this drive here.
Yeah, it really does seem anticlimactic after everything that we've been through. We've got a 35-35 tied football game for Super Bowl 57, and manipulating the clock, going out of bounds on the 1-yard line, taking a couple of knees. It's kind of like, oh, we've used so much energy to get to this, and now with 11 seconds left on the clock, they're going to kick a field goal, and that 3 points that they'll get for the field goal is going to win them the game.
Kansas City, a 30-second time.
We have been spoiled with a show, though.
We have.
Yeah, we have.
And the Cincinnati Bengals are watching it from 2 weeks ago, commiserating with any Eagles fans watching, saying, I know how you feel. Their AFC title hopes ended on a last-second field goal in the AFC Championship game at Arrowhead Stadium. This one's a little closer, than that 44-yarder Harrison Butker hit to send the Chiefs to this game itself 2 weeks ago. Philadelphia led 24-14 at the half. The Chiefs have outscored Philadelphia 21-11. And here we go. Tommy Townsend will hold. James Winchester will snap. And Harrison Butker, off his foot, blasts it right through the uprights. The Chiefs lead the Eagles 38-35. 8 seconds remain in the Eagles season unless a miracle exists. Wow.
I think Patrick Mahomes has silenced a lot of the critics and the doubters. We were speaking earlier about everyone just saying 15, 15, 15. And he's come back through so much adversity in this game alone with the ankle, running, scrambling, coming up with a 26-yard run when it mattered the most, putting his team on his back and giving them the opportunity to have this moment to ice the game in the way they have. Very smart plays, and you're looking at a second Super Bowl championship.
Yeah, absolutely. And people were saying, you know, after Tom Brady retired, is Patrick Mahomes the man to fill the boots of the greatest quarterback to ever play the game? And I think people are going to start saying, yes, he is, because he's won this Super Bowl on a duff ankle, which has prevented him from doing what... We haven't seen that many deep balls from Patrick Mahomes. No. We haven't seen Patrick Mahomes throwing the football that you would expect in a stereotypical Patrick Mahomes game. But what they've done, Andy Reid and him, have schemed a game that has helped them with the weapons that they've got. It's been superb.
So probably not a kick into the end zone here. They'll keep it along the ground. It'll take a bounce into Eagle hands and return to about the 36-yard line. And then taking a knee is Kenneth Gainwell. There's 4 seconds to go. The Eagles are down to their last play. And it must be a Hail Mary pass.
It's got to be a Hail Mary.
And now we'll see if Jalen Hurts' shoulders got the distance.
Very good point.
6 seconds.
They're going to give it 6 seconds. You might be able to get a quick sideline pattern in if you want to risk it and go 15 yards. Get Hurts closer to midfield, Christian, but we'll see what they have.
What's the longest field goal, Greg, of the Eagles kicker? Do we know that? Have we got that stat to hand?
No, I don't think he's made one over 60.
Is it 78 yards? Here we go. Final play, possibly, of Super Bowl 57. Greg, she's all yours.
And Jalen Hurts drops back, waits for his wide receivers to get downfield. He's got tons of protection because the Chiefs are playing deep. He'll throw it, and it'll fall short of the 20-yard line. It doesn't even get close to the end zone. And the Kansas City Chiefs have won their second Super Bowl in the last half-decade and are Super Bowl 57 champions, coming from 10 points down at the half with a last-second field goal to win 38-35. What a game.
Greg, I think that final pass from Jalen Hurts said everything that we kind of knew but didn't tell everyone about his shoulder. It was awful. He was trying to get the football down into the end zone, but it barely made it to the 20-yard line of the Kansas City Chiefs. What a fantastic game. Let's not forget, an awesome game. Kansas City Chiefs are the champions of Super Bowl 57 by 38 points to 35. Patrick Mahomes is on the throne of one of the greatest American football quarterbacks to play the game, and he's only so young in his career.
Well, that's his 11th postseason win, and he's now tied with Aaron Rodgers, Troy Aikman, and Roger Staubach for playoff wins. He's 5 wins, Bird, behind Joe Montana already, and he's 26. Tom Brady's a different story. I don't think that's a conversation to have for another 5 or 6 years. Brady has 35 playoff wins, but Mahomes is 5 wins away from second. And behind Brady, he's the second youngest ever to win 2 Super Bowls. Brady was 26 years, 5 months. Mahomes is 27 years, 2 months, just out of Troy Aikman when he won his second. But it's all there. I mean, he's following in his footsteps, getting things done at a young age in his mid-20s, going to 3 Super Bowls and winning 2 of them.
I feel really sorry for Jalen Hurts, I really do, because that last pass was awful. You know, so it tells us that he's been playing this postseason, this series of postseason games with a really duff right shoulder. I mean, it wasn't even, it was a wobble ball, Greg.
Well, I appreciate the Eagles didn't line up like the Dallas Cowboys on their last play against the San Francisco 49ers with 1 offensive lineman and 9 receivers. it was a great game. There's so much to summarize. But the thing I think about, Christian, is both these teams have quarterbacks, if not in the prime, they're going to go into their prime in the next year or two. They're well-built rosters. This was a little bit different than the LA Rams team last year that brought in an Aaron Donald, or brought in a Von Miller, and brought in an Odell Beckham. Like, I think these teams are built for the long haul. You saw how quickly Philadelphia has just turned it around in 2 years from looking like, well, that was a nice Super Bowl run. Now we're going to be mediocre for a while. They're an elite team once again.
Well built for the future, but I think more than that, you saw real character on show today from both teams. Coming back from adversity, Jalen Hurts obviously fumbling the ball, goes for a touchdown defensively, then coming back on the next possession, manufacturing a great drive, scoring. And then on the other side is Patrick Mahomes battling injury, silencing critics, and showing that he can do it when he's lost his number one receiver in Tyreek Hill. Those were the big questions at the beginning of the season, and he's answered them emphatically.
MVP.
I'd love to lean Pacheco, but I'm sure Patrick Mahomes will get it. I'm sure that he will, and I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it, but yeah, just coming back from 10 points down, the quarterback's got to lead the way. And that first drive was very, very big after halftime, wasn't it, for Kansas City? They got the ball first. They stormed down the field. They got rid of the seeds of doubt in their supporters' minds. The bench was electrified by what happened. They had a couple of goals go against them on that one drive that the Eagles scored on, and they still were able to respond after that with another touchdown drive. So Patrick Mahomes leads the way. He probably is the MVP. What about you guys?
I'm going to go Pacheco. I'd like to see Pacheco win because I think the intensity that he played, you mentioned it, we saw it at the beginning and during warm-ups. He was fired up. He was pumped for this game. I think he knew that the game was being schemed for him. I think he knew they had the opportunity to put in a good shift, and there were several players that he liked in the playbook. You could tell by the way he came out that he was up for what was ever planned for him, and it was an amazing performance. I do feel sorry for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh, yeah.
I really do. I really feel for that team. But you can't take it away from the winners. You know, it's 38 points to 35. The Kansas City Chiefs have lifted the second Super Bowl in their third appearance.
I think it comes down to the efficiency with which they marched down the field, because they barely had 2 drives in the second quarter, barely had any possession. The time of possession was way down compared to the Eagles, but they were much more efficient in how they were able to score the football.
Absolutely. How many 3-and-outs did the Kansas City Chiefs have? That's a good question, because I think there was only one, wasn't there? There was very few for both teams. Both teams had amazing consistency in driving the football down the field and scoring.
Yeah.
Hence 35-35.
Yeah, and so much of it. I mean, the time of possession certainly swung. Philadelphia kept the ball away from Kansas City in the first half. The Chiefs ended up with 24 minutes, 13 seconds possession. So they had the ball basically a little more than the Eagles in the second half, which was a stark contrast to the first half. But, you know, it was very clean game. Neither quarterback threw an interception outside of the one Hurts turnover. But he responded to that. He responded and played well after that, and had 2 more rushing touchdowns after that. He didn't expand upon the one big mistake that Kansas City took advantage of with the fumble return for a score. So I just don't think either could be considered an undeserved winner, depending on what had happened in this game.
Yeah, the confetti cannons went off on the final whistle. The field now is covered in gold, in red, yellow ticker tape. Several players have been down and done the snow angel, which is iconic in the Super Bowl. And now we're waiting for the handing over of the Lombardi Trophy as the stage has been set at the far end of the field, ironically in the Eagles' end zone. I think Terry Bradshaw is going to hand over the trophy. Terry Bradshaw, the iconic quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers, the team you used to play for, Christian. I think he won 4 Super Bowls.
Yep.
Terry Bradshaw.
4-0.
Yeah.
Never lost. Twice beating Dallas, once beating the LA Rams, and once beating the Minnesota Vikings in the late 70s.
Quite a character. Quite a character. The Hunt family have gone onto the field. They're all down there. The family that own the Kansas City Chiefs. They were celebrating. They were celebrating like crazy in their private box.
What a decision by the Chiefs, though, to not score on that last touchdown. Like, that's strategy. It's every instinct is to run that ball into the end zone for Pacheco, and he stopped at the 1-yard line, stayed in bounds as well. So he forced the Eagles to take, that was their second time out that they took at that given time. If you're wondering about this for Andy Reid, that's 22 playoff wins in his career. He's now won 12 with the Chiefs, 10 playoff games with the Eagles, and only Bill Belichick has more at 31. Again, you know, you're going to chase Belichick and Brady for a good chunk of time. But Vernon, you mentioned it earlier in the broadcast, that Reid-Mahomes combo has got this click. I know there's some retirement rumors out there about Andy Reid, but if you can keep coaching Patrick Mahomes and you're a defending Super Bowl champ, I don't know why you'd walk away.
Yeah, but you know that those retirement rumors are code for I want a bigger contract.
If there's another dollar, I'm sure the Hunts can, you know, scare some up out of the couch cushions. I feel like they could.
Exactly. I think Patrick might be doing that Tom Brady thing where he has his contract readjusted for the health and safety of the team. That's something that you know, another reason why I doff my cap to Tom Brady is that he wasn't one of those greedy players. I mean, all right, he was on a big chunk of cash, but he always adjusted for the needs of the team. A nice little scene in front of us is the Kansas City Chiefs kit guy. So when the final whistle went, a lot of players launched their helmets up into the sky, just left them behind. And there's a fella in a blue tracksuit top with a bucket on wheels. It's about 5 foot by 6 foot. And he's pushing discarded helmets and shoulder pads off the field and into the locker room. That, for me, is pure Super Bowl victory.
Yeah, that's the gig. He knows what the gig is if you win, and he knows what the gig is if you lose, if players leave the helmets behind. So a 38-35 final on a field goal with 8 seconds remaining from Harrison Butker. Second straight game for the Chiefs. They kick a field goal with under 10 seconds to go and break the hearts of their opponent. They did it to the Cincinnati Bengals 2 weeks ago in a 23-20 win, and they do it with a 38-35 win here in Super Bowl 57.
Wow, that was awesome.
I think it lived up to the billing in the end.
Yeah, and we've had we had a blowout between Kansas City and Tampa Bay. We had a very quiet 13-3 Super Bowl for New England taking down the LA Rams. And we're joined right now, jumping over. He was with us last year in Los Angeles at SoFi Stadium, and he saw a team win by a field goal, and he gets to see it again. Fresh from the television side is Jack Crawford.
Fellas.
What do you even say about this game? 73 points, but we just ran out of time.
Unbelievable.
Could have had more.
Game.
It should have been an 80-minute game.
Couldn't ask for a better game. I was stunned. Like, before this game, I was talking about how good this Eagles defensive line are. I thought that they were going to be the biggest weapon, the biggest factor in this game, but Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes managed to kind of out-scheme them, slow them down, had them running sideline to sideline. I mean, you know, they just completely deemed them a non-factor. So, you know, I think the rightful team won. And I'm never going to bet against Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid again in a Super Bowl.
But it wasn't a stereotypical Patrick Mahomes performance, was it? Obviously, he had trouble with his ankle, which prevented him. He didn't throw that many deep balls. It was all about scheming that run game.
Yes. Which, honestly, that kind of speaks to his greatness a little bit. Is that he's going to do whatever it has to, like whatever it takes, whatever he has to do, he's going to do it. You know, I think with Hurts, he's great, and he's gotten better and better at being a pocket passer, but you know he's going to use his legs. And if you can shut that down, then you can kind of limit him and put him in a box. But Pat Mahomes is just so versatile that he can often kind of adapt. He can grow as the game goes on, and his spatial awareness is just second to none. I mean, it's trying to rush him. It's like he's got eyes in the back of his head. He's just all over the place, and he knows where his receivers are all the time.
We were saying that so many times the Chiefs managed to get a wide receiver wide open in the flats.
Right.
So many times.
Right, and it's just, you know, it kind of speaks to, I think that what they did is they schemed the point where they started to use the Eagles' strengths against them, their over-aggressiveness, their aggressive defensive line. You knew they were going to run screens. And then their aggressive secondary, you knew they're going to try and jump. On a big stage like this, everyone's trying to make the big play. Sometimes they might see a motion. They ran the same play twice where the wide receiver faked a motion, came back out wide open. You had a breakdown in the secondary, but, you know, it just shows that the Chiefs, Andy Reid, had a little bit more discipline in them on the big stage than I would say Nick Sirianni and the Eagles. But, I mean, both teams played a great game.
All right, let's go over to Roger Goodell, the NFL commissioner, who's going to hand over the Lombardi Trophy to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Bring up the mic. Super Bowls in 4 seasons. What an accomplishment. So to you, Coach Reid, your entire organization, those incredible players behind us, You are Super Bowl champions again. Congratulations.
Clark, on behalf of Fox Sports, let me be the first to congratulate you on an amazing game. You are such a fortunate honor for winning our Super Bowl II of the last 4 years. How blessed do you feel that you have the big guy behind you, Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, you're exactly right. What a beautiful trophy, and we couldn't have done it without one of the best coaches in the history of the National Football League, Andy Reid. And what an amazing performance today by Patrick Mahomes and his teammates.
Congratulations, Clark. And big guy. Let me get the big guy in here. Come on, waddle over here. Congratulations, Andy. You know, this had to be, you've done this before. I remember in the 49ers Super Bowl, nothing until the fourth quarter. And this game, something similar. All of a sudden, your offense just started going. What was the difference?
Well, I contribute that to the offensive line, Pat Mahomes, and the rest of the offensive players. They did a great job. Eric Bieniemy was tremendous down the stretch there, putting things together, and it was just by all the coaches, both sides of the ball.
Well, I want to congratulate you, and I know that you're getting up in years now like me, and I just know that it's got to be a time that where all these Super Bowls, you got to say to yourself, time to ride off into the sunset. That's not going to happen, is it?
No. I'm going to enjoy this one right here. I'm going to tell you, this is unbelievable.
Remember that.
Philadelphia, you did a great job. It was a great game. But how about those Chiefs? That's what we're talking about.
Have a cheeseburger on us and enjoy the Hawaiian shirts.
I will. That's why our bellies
Congratulations,
are
Andy.
touching.
Thank you. Patrick, come here, bub. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Super Bowl 57 MVP quarterback Patrick Mahomes, Kansas City. This is kind of the way you play football. You go out at the half. We're all sitting up there at Fox going, oh, my God, he re-injured the ankle. But you knew you'd be able to play second half, right?
Yeah, I told y'all this week there's nothing that's going to keep me off that football field. And I just want to shout out my teammates, man. We challenged each other. It took everybody to win this football game. So shout out my teammates, baby. We're Super Bowl champs, baby. Let's go.
Congratulations, Patrick. Enjoy this, man.
I appreciate
2 and 4 years. Is that a dynasty?
I'm not going to say dynasty yet. We're not done. Okay. So I'm not going to say dynasty yet.
Congratulations.
I like when you call it.
Okay. Travis, come here, bub.
Hey, the greatest ever. The greatest ever.
The greatest tight end. You heard what he just said. Why is it nobody can cover you? I haven't figured that out. Don't they know that you're the one he's going to throw to?
Come on, baby. I got Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes, baby.